Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and special Sunday good evening to everybody. Happy Daylight Savings Time. We are here today to talk about a game, the myth, the legend, that is RuneQuest. And joining us, I got you guys' labels wrong. I'll have to swap those. Joining us is two special guests. Of course, Vin, you all know. Of course, now he's labeled incorrectly, but I'll swap those. Vin, you know from our some of our past videos and some of our things like that. However, he's back. He's in the States, so we get to enjoy his presence. And Vin, I would say that in your role in this case, you're going to act as a bit of a moderator. In this particular state, this is sort of the neutral ground.
I might need to be more moderated.
Okay, fine. However,
look, there's no way to be neutral about RuneQuest.
All right, fair enough.
So,
However,
yeah.
the real special guest, not to diminish Finn, but the real special guest is Lord High Summoner from our Patreon, who is the evangelical proclaimer from on high, coming down with the great 8 rune commandments from the mountaintop of Glorantha. It is Lord High Summoner, who is our Patreon's resident unabashed RuneQuest fanatic, and it's been his kind of obsession to try to get as many people to play it as he can. And so through a combination of strange happenstance, here we find ourselves doing a first look where we're going to go ahead and take a look at the RuneQuest. We have the books. I have some links below for DriveThruRPG. Things are on sale. They're in the doobly-doo. But if you really want to get a great deal and you don't want to give me any money, which is totally respectable, you should definitely go check out Humble Bundle. That may not be available if you catch this later. I don't know how long it runs through. But right now there's a pretty crazy good deal for Humble Bundle. And if you want an RPG that has just like way too many books, then this is your chance to get in on it. So welcome, Lord High Summoner, and welcome, Vin.
Hey, first of all, Chaosium itself, pick any game from Chaosium, and there's too many books, right? Let's not single out RuneQuest.
Fair enough.
I think a good place to start would be like, just to be clear with the audience, Derek, you've read no RuneQuest.
No, all I know about RuneQuest is what I've seen from LHS's stuff, and and I understand it's obviously a Chaosium, so it's obviously some sort of BRP base, D100 system, and I know that it's set in the Bronze Age ish, a mythical Bronze Age. That's all that I really know.
Right, and for me, I flipped through the book after being literally bought it by LHS a couple months ago. Because I was looking through Mithras at the time, and I think you had Donnie on a long time ago.
Yes.
And I was like, and then Donnie loves Mithras, so I was like, oh, I'll check out Mithras. And LHS was like, well, you should check out RuneQuest. All right. So I flipped through the book a couple months ago and a couple days ago, and I've thought, I don't hate the system or anything like that. It's definitely not like, I don't think it's bad or anything. It's going for a thing.
Got it.
But I've never played it. So
right. So I think like this isn't starting at zero because you've gone through Mithras, right? You've already had a guided tour with Mithras, which is famously, I like to say that Mithras is RuneQuest without its soul, because it rips out all of Glorantha. It rips out the runes and the quests, and it just has its own thing. And like the soul is sold separately through like
I can
the
see
mythic
say that.
Britannia, the mythic Mesopotamia.
Okay. Wait. Now, I don't want to get off on a tangent before we've even gone into the first quest thing here, but there was this we had these discussions a long time ago. I mean, way before you joined LHS, and Vin will remember these very well. And why not? I have this group here. So hold on a second. There we go. I'm a little hot. So what? It started with Pathfinder 2, and the idea was: is Pathfinder 2 the rule set of Pathfinder 2? Or is Pathfinder 2 the game, Pathfinder 2 the rule set plus Golarion, right? Is Golarion Pathfinder 2? And we used to get in debates about this all the time, about whether or not that was really something that was part of it. And so you're saying that Mithras is sort of the rule set without the setting.
So you've touched on a point that I was going to try to make at some point in this.
Okay.
Is like, so like my background before RuneQuest is like I started playing D&D when I was in the military, so that was like 2012. And just played a handful of sessions of 3.5. Got out of the military, started playing 5th edition for 10 years.
Oh, okay.
And I started to like get like disillusioned with 5e, all the work that I was doing, and then was looking for something else when the OGL happened. And that pushed me, okay, I'm gonna look at Pathfinder. I had heard all this stuff, and what drove me to Pathfinder first was the world. I loved all of Golarion and how that was built. Like it portrayed itself as caring about its setting much more than like Forgotten Realms did. Like there was a lot of like, for a GM, I could sink my teeth into Golarion a lot more, right? But then the more I started playing Pathfinder, it doesn't care. It doesn't give a single shit about Golarion at all.
You did. You got hooked in, buddy. You got hooked in deep.
They got you.
Right? So like the way that I want to play Pathfinder is 0% optimally. But if you as a player playing suboptimally and a GM is playing anywhere near optimally, you're gonna get wrecked. You're not gonna have a good time. And that's what kind of led me away from Pathfinder and started looking just for settings that were really cool to steal stuff from. And that's where I came to Glorantha. And that's where I think like that exact point of it cares about its setting and then it injects it into the rule set. And so like I make fun of Mithras because it's the soul sold separately, but I think it like the BRP system, the system that is within RuneQuest is amazing. And if you don't want to play in Glorantha, I won't begrudge you for playing in Mithras. I just think Glorantha is really cool and worth playing in. So yeah, like that was definitely something that like drove me to RuneQuest and Glorantha specifically.
Got it. So we have a super chat from Sam who says, may Isseries bless the conversation on this stream. Long have we waited the exploration of Glorantha. Its myths, its gods, its powers, its legends. Sam says, those building blocks of everything. The first dawn has arrived. How excited are we? And thank you, Sam, for your second and your third super chats. Obviously, this is something having to do with.
Yes.
It's
okay. Is he a plant? Is he like a friend?
No. So Sam joined the server like well into my evangelizing. He's been playing RuneQuest for 30 years.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
okay. All right.
Yeah. So again, we're going to go into the first. We're going to go into the first look, and we're definitely going to talk about it. But one of the things that I think we should definitely cover then is this idea that this has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Going back to the 80s and the start of it. Chaosium obviously has that deep history, and they don't do anything new. Apparently, they just keep producing the same games for 50 years. And they're all D100.
Is Cult Cthulhu Chaosium?
Yeah, but you know what? I think everybody who loves Chaosium hates Pulp Cthulhu, so it's
which explains things because I love it. So.
Do they have Pulp RuneQuest?
Ooh.
So there is New Quest, which is being developed right now by Mike Merles.
Okay.
Okay.
They hired Mike Merles.
You know what?
There's currently a playtest going on.
You just described everything that I needed to know, which is this: nobody under the age of 35 wants to touch this fucking IP with a 10-foot pole. And so now they got to bring in the guy who fucking wrote 5e D&D and Iron Heroes, and they're going to D&D Pathfinderize the shit out of RuneQuest. You're going to be like flipping off of buildings and it's going to get all just superheroes, fantasy. And you know what? It's going to sell like gangbusters and you're going to hate it. You're going to be one of those hipsters that just hates every
I'm under NDA and I can neither confirm nor deny the accuracy of what you're saying. I can say I hate the playtest. I can say that.
Okay.
I
mean, I might like it.
Right.
You might. I can't. I can't.
I respect it. Dr. Metropolis says LMO, turn that shit into Iron Heroes. Yeah, sorry guys, I can't. My the Chrome updated and they don't longer support my extension that I used to grab people's things. So I have to come up with I have to find out a new fix for that. So I won't be able to call out your chats until I get that fixed. But yes, Tyler Aldark from the Patreon says bonus actions confirmed. Sam Simpson says, yeah, I think it's an adult game. So yeah. Now
it's like not that much different in terms of what would you call it? Not history than CFC. Like it's 80s, right? It's super old, like the original
70s. So Glorantha itself is 50 years old. Because it started off as Greg Stafford, he famously I didn't create it, I discovered.
Oh, fuck
Rune.
you.
I discovered. No, he was a practicing shaman.
Okay.
Greg Stafford is who people think Gygax was.
Got it.
How I like to put it.
You know what? I can't actually I roll my eyes too hard for that, because that is how Tolkien always described his legendarium.
Sure.
Which is that he was actually uncovering a secret mythical, history that existed, in the depths of time and space. We have a tip from Lollipop Candy. He says, "Hi LHS, is RuneQuest goofy?"
It definitely can be. Definitely can be. There's the breadth and width of tone, definitely supports it.
I will say though, but my initial impression of it is that it plays it pretty straight for at least the first 75% of the rulebook.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because let's be clear here. Okay. You all have heard my stories. You know the kind of games I run. And when I'm playing a game like D&D where you have big floating incorporeal hand spells and, grease spells, I expect a certain level of goofiness. But when I go and play, let's say I was playing the One Ring and I'm playing a Tolkien game, I don't expect, your wizard to cast a banana peel spell. You know what I mean? So I guess my thing is it's the same thing with Call of Cthulhu, right? I don't think Call of Cthulhu should be a goofy game either. But I think most role-playing games end up being goofy.
Definitely. I mean, it's one of the funniest when someone fails a roll, right? It's the classic thing, like when you describe it, it's like, oh, the situation was such that your adventure, though normally excellent, didn't quite make what. No. When most people fail rolls, they describe something retarded they did,
right?
Terrible they did. Do not use the R word, and it's just like it just becomes funny. And CRC is a classic example where no matter how hard the GM tries or the gatekeeper tries, you're gonna get that unless the keeper and the best keepers kind of roll with it and then rein it back in, right? You let the laugh happen, then you rein it back in. I assume you can do a similar thing here if you want to really stick close to what the first that intro to RuneQuest book is asking of you, right? But like Sam says in the chat, your Glorantha may vary, and I think that
will vary. Your Glorantha, it's straight up says like your Glorantha will not survive first contact with you running it. And I feel like when you look at RuneQuest, it's super daunting because it's been like 50 years worth of Glorantha, right? There's so much lore, there's so much history, and you might if I run this, I can't do anything but the lore. I'm gonna be so hemmed in. And I think the reality is once you get into there, it's a sliding scale. It straight up tells you, hey, you're gonna change this. Here's stuff that you can build off. You can go as specific as you want, or you can toss all of this out with the bathwater. Like you want just to focus on here are the locations and names, and you can change everything else, right? Like I think that is something that I've really come to terms with this last, running the starter set is like, oh, I can really adjust the sliding scale. And I think that BRP itself is really well suited to that of, all right. And so I just saw somebody in chat, Sorrel said, isn't RuneQuest full on sim rather than sim light? I think the great thing about BRP within this iteration of RuneQuest is that sliding scale of you can go super nitpicky, or you can slide it the other way and, instead of using the resistance table, you're using opposed rolls.
I'll be the judge of that. Take a look at this result.
But part of the reason I did bring up the question was, so it's got a lot of time behind it. Has the rules changed significantly between editions?
Yes,
I think changed a lot, right? But I don't know what we're seeing.
Sort of. I mean, D&D still has 6 stats and D20 and roll high. I mean,
THAC0 is gone, and now you have advantage. Like it's very, it's a different feel, definitely.
Sure.
So my experience with Chaos and BRP is limited to just RuneQuest, and I've done a lot of archaeological work, looking at the history of the game. Right. From what I understand, I think RuneQuest itself has gone through more iterations and building on itself than something like Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu being a lot more popular, they're trying to refine and polish at a much more micro level, making those smaller improvements and adjustments to I think everybody says oh, the next edition of Call of Cthulhu, it's the same thing, but 2 things are changed, right? Is my vibe that I've gotten from that. With RuneQuest, I think that it and Pendragon have done a lot to piggyback off of one another. And then there's other Nephilim, which is another BRP game, did a lot to lay the foundation and roots for how runes are now treated. If you look at where how things were at in RuneQuest 2, it's a very different vibe in a game. The way that you interact with the runes, the way that they now kind of pseudo act as the rings from L5R, that wasn't there. Like that was not a system. And BRP, the iterations of itself, which I think is like, you know, again, one of like the masterful ways that some of Greg Stafford's games were developed is that level of iteration through other games. Like, oh, that was a really cool idea. How can we use that otherwise, right? I've looked very cursory at Pendragon. I prefer the way that RuneQuest handles some of the same stuff. And just I think.
Well, Pendragon now uses a D20.
I didn't even know that. That's wild. And so I think you look at the game for playing in Glorantha, because you've got RuneQuest, you've got 13th Age Glorantha, and I've looked over that. You had HeroQuest Glorantha. I've looked at those, and I do think I've come away with like, I do think the best system for playing Glorantha to get that full experience is RuneQuest. When I looked at 13th Age, I'm like, if I would have saw this first, I would have really liked this. This would have been, oh, my ticket out of D&D, ticket out of Pathfinder. It did everything I wanted to do. But I sat down and ate the meal of RuneQuest Glorantha first, and I was like, this is just anemic. This doesn't have enough for me.
See, that's just so weird to me, because, you know, that you, like this idea, I don't know. I guess I don't, this idea that you could just have multiple systems and plug them into the same setting. You know, I believe in what the great Ben says, right? Which is system is setting. You know,
I've never agreed.
So I think normally I would agree with you, right? I do very much agree that if you're just dropping it, like 5e, I don't like a lot of the settings because it doesn't care. Same like Pathfinder, like it doesn't really care about Galarian. Whereas 13th Age rewrote its rules to fit alongside, right? Like the I forget
the tip come in, I think.
Oh yeah, we did. From Dr. Metropolis, Dr. Metropolis. This is not unlike Warhammer. The setting is brutal and grim in one table. In another, men kill greater demons with their flaming magical swords and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, the one thing that comes to mind is,
thank you, Dr.
Because so if you look at D&D, one thing that's happened as it's gotten more close to recent times is that it's become, well, 3.5 was very difficult, crunchy for a new player, but for 5e, it's somewhat like a 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 on crunch, and that iteration's been trying to make the system more accessible. Where is RuneQuest on that journey? Is it at an accessible point already, or do you think it's still in that kind of 90s, early 2000s crunchy kind of spot?
Yes and no. It's both. Optically, it is completely inaccessible, and I realize that, and I think that's why I have spent so much time kind of like, hey, you like this? This is just RuneQuest, because you just look at it and it is completely inaccessible. The amount of books that are around it, you just hear like, what, that was a strike rank, rune point. Like you hear all of these things and you're just like, no, thanks. And especially in this community too, with the touch point being Mithras, it's like, nah, like that checked a lot of people out just from there. But I do think once you get into it, it is pretty simple. And again, like you have that sliding scale of like BRP is a very approachable system that you build on, and you can slide that scale to meet your need. I think the starter set, which we're going to get into, is really, really well done. And Derek, to go back to you, like 13th Age Glorantha was a love letter by Heinzu and Tweet, because they used to be producers for RuneQuest. Like they worked hand in hand with Stafford and Perrin and Richard to make 13th Age, and it is bespoke. Same thing with HeroQuest. So those systems were kind of handcrafted to be more they care more about the system. But with those, again, it's like, oh, RuneQuest just does all of the things. And I think once you crack into it, I 100% say, like, you have to be bought into playing in Glorantha. It is
the perfect spot to switch to bring up the starter set.
Yeah. So So to give us a sense, we're going to go over and we're going to start off. We're going to start off with a blank character sheet. So for those of you who haven't done a first look with us before, I am just reacting to the rules. I've never played this game, and so don't take this as a review. If I don't like something, it could be because I don't like it. It could be because I haven't had a chance to play it yet, and it could be that I'm just totally completely wrong. All of those are viable options. That being said, I've looked at a lot of
probably
role-playing.
see all three today.
That being said, I've seen a lot of role-playing games. So one of the things that I do try to review or look at a game at is, what is this game about? Does the game know what it's about? Is the game trying to deliver something? Because we have all these different games that we could be playing. So for a game to really stand out and to make it to your table, it has to do something. It has to have a claim to something that it claims it can do, and it can do better. Because otherwise, why am I playing it? Second, okay, the game is about something. Does the game actually give us mechanics and systems that interact and interface with the things that it purports to be about? If the game is about cinematic action adventure, does the game give us mechanics and character options and all this other stuff that makes us feel like we're in a cinematic action adventure movie? If it doesn't, then that's a failure. If I'm playing cinematic action adventure game and then it's like, here's our complex disease track, I'm like, this not quite what I was thinking. And then the third thing is rewards. I know this is a hot take, but Luke Crane agrees with me that games are games, and including role-playing games, which have the term G in them because they're a game. And so part of the idea of a game is a reward system. You do something, you're rewarded. This is the core essence of the game. You do the thing, you get rewarded. You get XP, you get more skills, you get something. This idea of progression. There are very, very, very few RPGs that aren't one-shots that are like, there's no form of progression and there's no form of reward in this game. That almost doesn't exist. So does the game reward or incentivize the right behaviors? If you're doing what the game says it's about and using the mechanics to do it, does the game reward you appropriately? I argue, for example, that most modern versions of D&D fail this utterly and completely. Shockingly so, disturbingly so. So those are the three big questions that Jared Sorensen called them that, and that's what we're going to be kind of judging this on. So let's hop over to the PDF. Let's bring her up.
So an important thing to say is that so this is the PDF of the starter set. The actual RuneQuest core rulebook is called RuneQuest Roleplaying in Glorantha, right?
Yeah.
And you won't see an edition number on the book. It's not like 4th edition or anything like that. You'll just see RuneQuest Roleplaying in Glorantha as the core. But this is actually technically what, the 5th edition?
So there was, I think it's 6 or 7. So you had RuneQuest 1 and 2, and then 3 was outside. So there was some weird stuff where they started licensing out RuneQuest, but Glorantha itself was trademarked and kept by Chaosium. So then you had RuneQuest without runes, or Glorantha, and then it went away, and then it was set in Earth, and then it eventually.
So the main thing is, if you go like drive through or whatever, you might see like RuneQuest 2nd edition, for example, and like some other RuneQuest in there. But the one we're talking about today is the current edition, which is RuneQuest Roleplaying in Glorantha.
I will say that, let's be honest. Let's talk honestly. This fucking game, the core book, is like 400 and something, 800 pages. It's like ridiculously long. Okay. And as far as I can tell, it's not a best, you're like, oh, well, some of those games are really long, but they include a lot of, information about the things and a whole bestiary. Nope. That's a separate book. This is just the fucking core rule book. So when you have a game that is already inscrutable to get into with a lore that's 50 years long that nobody cares about, and then you go and say, but let's have brand identity that is all over the place, and you're going to have 5 people show up to play in a game, and everyone's going to have a different fucking version of the game, which is somehow both legit and not legit. Like, how do you expect your game to ever succeed in that environment?
So I will say everything RuneQuest 2, RuneQuest Classic is compatible with RuneQuest 2. That was like their, so I know everything that's been with Chaosium is compatible with everything Chaosium. That was like their biggest thing. And I do think like that.
Cause it's all BRP, right? That's the
BRP is based off of RuneQuest 1. But I also think like they kind of were beholden to some of their own sacred cows and their own grognards for making things compatible with RuneQuest 2. I think there is some of that. But RuneQuest 6 is Mithras.
Well, what they're explaining out is that like it's like the worst marketing I've ever seen for a game of this ilk, right? Like a game of this famousness. I couldn't even find the core rulebook until I researched which one the core rulebook was.
Right, that's a problem. That's all I'm saying. That's a problem.
We famously like make like rags on KSM because like I don't know what their marketing strategy is. I don't know what their income streams are. Like Call of Cthulhu has to be doing so well because like who plays RuneQuest? It's me, and like I think I'm the youngest person playing RuneQuest.
That's what I said. That's why I mean you're under the NDA. I'm not going to say anything, but if they're bringing Merles in, they understand the problem. All right, so let's take a look at the character sheet. Okay, this is called the character folio. It's only 2 pages, which is great. This apparently is the back of the character sheet, which is the first page, but maybe it's the first page. I don't know.
Is this the standard character sheet or
this character sheet was like the revision that they put in to match the pre-gens that they did for the starter set. I do think that this character sheet is much better than the character sheet in the core rulebook and the one that they like put forward as like the core rulebook.
Yeah, because this one's new.
Oh my god!
That's what I'm saying. That.
Yeah. I hate like.
This is the core. This is the actual rule. Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's the one I'm used to.
I'm having a heart attack here.
There's a reason I have like this is a guided tour, and I'm like, hey, don't look over there. Let's look over here, guys. Isn't this great?
Oh, what have you done to me?
Which one should we go through, Derek?
Oh God, help me. Okay, I'm not ready for that yet. I'm not ready for that. Okay. I mean, I was already like, oh wow, this is kind of a complex character sheet. So we've got a gigantic, okay. I'm talking to all role-playing game designers out there. Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Nobody can fucking draw. Why do they always give us these massive like they've been doing this since the 80s where it's like character portrait. It's like, and it's always some horrible stick figure or someone just puts like their rune sigil or, you probably end up writing feats and special abilities in the box because you don't have enough room for it. Anyways, we don't need this big thing. Anyways, description, background, and then we have the runes with the rune affinity. Fire leads to darkness because that makes sense. Darkness leads to water. Sure. Water leads to earth. Earth leads to air, and they all circle the moon. I'm going to pretend like I know what that means or that makes any sense.
It does make sense of the lore. I didn't really even notice that until now. That's actually kind of cool.
Okay, everything that you need to know, good and bad, about this system just happened, right? That's everything that this game.
Agree. Yeah, that's accurate.
I like mind blown. Air leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. So there you go. This is. I understand it now. I understand it. It's a hipster RPG. It's like, if you're in the know, you're like, oh, that's so good. And then if you're not, you're like, I have no fucking idea. And everyone else is like, clueless noobs. Do you even RuneQuest, bro? Like, that's what's happening right now. Okay, moving on. We have our power affinities. Man and beast. Well, at least those make sense that they're opposite. Disorder and harmony, death and fertility, illusion and truth, movement and stasis. Okay, I can buy that. Then we get to the simple character sheet, which includes this. It's a symbol for man. Look at that. The symbol for man with our, you gotta love it when each part of your body has different AC armor values or HP values.
Very much. Yep.
Right, because I want every PC in the game to function like a Final Fantasy multi-phase boss monster, of course. Then we also have a generic hit point box, which is apparently different from our hit point boxes of our individual body parts. And of course, we have this is the quick starter version, so I guess this uses D20. Is that what the deal is here?
D20 is only for when you're rolling to attack, you randomly hit a location.
You're telling me it's a D100 system that also uses a D20?
It uses all the die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that are you already out? What are we doing here?
Okay, moving on.
I didn't find that crazy. I was like,
then we have so we have the standard BRP stats, right, including size. We have attacks, percentage, okay. Then we have a ton of we have our name, our cult, our reputation, our ransom, some magic stuff, a bunch of what I'm going to assume are skills. And so this is the basic character sheet. This is the Mott basic character sheet. Yeah. this doesn't look too bad, but then we have this massive section for passions, runes, spirit magic, sorcerer runes, combat notes, hit points, dead, magic points, unconscious, I guess. Even more skills. Let's see how crazy we get here. Understand herd beast. There's a skill. Elder race lore. I'm in for it. Bureaucracy. You know it. Okay. Mineral lore. Yes. Peaceful cut. Okay. Page 3 is all of our family members. Okay. Apparently family is very important. We've got some Pendragon vibes here.
Very much so. Very much so.
Holdings. We have our Mount Elemental or Ally little subsheet. And then we have our background worksheet along with our family history, including apparently the year is set.
In the core rulebook, there's a traveler-esque family history character generator that you go through to set like who your grandparent. You pick a favorite grandparent, and they go through their history. And their favorite parent.
It's fucking crazy. It is so much.
Okay, but why though? Like why? But why?
This game cares about where it drops you in.
But why?
And to give you
all the way down to the year, like it gives you needed,
because it wants to give you ties into the world, and it wants you to care about. It wants you to care about the world and create a character that has definitive ties to the world.
I think Alias said exactly the right thing. Cause it's fun, ? I don't think she intended me to focus on the question mark, but I'm going to. I feel like if you're, again, RuneQuest knows exactly what it's doing. If you're into it, you're into it. If you're not, like when I saw the ancestry part of the book, I was like, I would have just skipped it. And to be fair, there is a quick version of it, right? There's like
there's two things. When I've run it so far, I have our first characters. I want to do the family history because like you learn a lot about what does the game care about, what is going on, all of those things, and it kind of creates like I just did it with Sidon and Justin. I forget what his username is.
Dark Justin. Or Cephalagod.
Cephalagod. I just ran through it there, and they ran it separately, and ended up they rolled very similar. Like their grandparents were just farming, like didn't really participate in much, and then like one character's parent died by a pirate. The other one killed a pirate in like a revenge story. So like they lined up, and they're like, oh, we're siblings. Right. And like, so there's moments like that where it creates really cool character moments. But then there is a like, okay, just set, add 3 passions to 60%. Here, set, give yourself some rune affinities, things like that.
Yeah, because that's what it's actually doing. It's just setting essentially some baseline passions and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like 30 pages of random tables to get there. It's pretty wild.
So, real talk. Obviously, go get the Humble Bundle if it's still available, because you get the starter set and you get the core rules and I think the bestiary and all this other stuff. But if you were starting, if for some reason you saw that sheet and you went, man, I can't wait to find out what year my grandfather banged my grandmother. If that's like what really gets you going about role-playing games, like, would you recommend that someone start with the starter set or with the actual core game? Like, is the starter set good? Like, there are some games where the starter set is kind of
I think the starter set's better than Dragonbane.
Those are fighting words. I mean,
Dragonbane is just baby's first RuneQuest, if we're really getting into it, right? It is your starter to BRP to get it's based off of BRP. It is your way to like, oh, this is fun. Now I want some meat on this bone.
My guess is we will be figuring out your grandmother's fertility cycle in the RuneQuest character creation system. And if you were playing Dragonbane, you would have already killed a dragon by the time we get to that point. That's going to be my guess.
I think that's accurate. but like Alias said, because it's fun, ? For some people, they'll be all about that. It's like, oh yeah, the pirate.
That being said,
imagine that. And that, yeah,
it looks like you got a lot of stuff in the starter set. So if it's reasonably priced, I mean, I'm sure physically it's probably a nice product.
The physical edition is super nice. It comes with dice to get started with it. It comes with, there's like art maps, things like that. It comes with the folios. Like there is a lot within it. And whereas the core rulebook doesn't come with any adventures to get started off, the core rule, the starter set has 3 adventures right off the rip, and then ends with a bunch of sections like here's a bunch of hooks, here's a bunch of stuff.
Just to comment, Dragon Bait starter set comes with an entire campaign and a campaign map and a bunch of battle maps and an entire line of tokens. So just to let you know. Anyways,
I said what I said.
You said what you said. Okay.
I like Dragon Bait a lot. That's all I would say.
Okay, so let's start off here then with the book 1 from the starter set of the rules. I think we're going to get to the core rule book, but this is what the core rule book looks like. You've got. I
do want to note, Derek,
yeah.
for the audience, what was the first thing you said to us when you opened the PDF? Do you remember for the rule,
the core rule book?
For the starter set.
When you opened up this PDF, yeah.
I said with some questionable art.
How dare you?
I just don't like it. It looks like
I don't either.
It looks like I know it's not AI generated, but it looks like it's AI generated. It looks like someone was guess what a human face looks like, right? That's what these art are, and yet they're all the same. All the faces look. Is there like a lot of inbreeding? Is this part of the lore that I don't know about? Like, why do these people all look like they're the same person?
It's all stylized. Everything about RuneQuest is stylized to have the feeling of the Bronze Age and a lot of Eastern inspired. And I've said this before. I think one of the things that does hold RuneQuest and Glorantha as a whole back is that, like, opposed to Pendragon, I don't think Pendragon's all that less crunchy from a lore perspective, but from like a Western culture perspective, most people have grown up with knights, with King Arthur, all of those things. So you have a lot more touch points. Whereas, how many people know anything about Vishnu? How many people know anything about Modoc? Not Modoc. The Mesopotamian gods.
All right. Well,
Marduk.
So
Marduk, yeah.
Yeah. So question then, seeing as how this was written by a bunch of probably white dudes from Wisconsin, is there a deal here of exoticism?
Greg Stafford was a practicing shaman. So and it was a lifelong mythology buff professor person. That's how Glorantha started, is like him getting more into mythology and exploring that. I think the core rulebook starts with a quote from Carl Jung.
Okay.
It does. It's freaking weird because he's not wrong. But
the entirety. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna push back a little bit. Now I'm kind of with you on the Bronze Age. I actually really like it. Is different, and it actually is interesting that it's an international Bronze Age. It's not just it's not just, I don't know, whatever Rome equivalent. But what I will say though is, look, Mithras art looks sick. You see some dude with a freaking with a little thing and a shield and this giant freaking to be fair, we recognize the monsters. I'm not talking about the monsters. I'm just talking about the way things are laid out, the actual style choices they made, the way humans look, the way enemies look, the colors used. I just don't like any look at that. Look at that. It's great.
Right, but that does not evoke to me that's cosplaying as Bronze Age in a way that
you're not wrong. You are
right.
Not
so
wrong.
I think again I think what a lot of people
wait. The cover art has some lady who has glowing green hands, and you're saying that this isn't cosplaying as the Bronze Age?
I think this is also not quite the Bronze Age. I think it's more ancient antiquity. But
I'm just saying, what was the age in human Bronze Age equivalency where people had green glowing hands and powerful rune magic? I'm just saying, it's all cosplay. It's all I think people who get their knickers up about the historical accuracy of completely made up bullshit fantasy settings.
So I'm saying it from an art perspective, because I think again, what a lot of people don't realize is that we now all Greek art is the white marble, right? But when that was made, it was painted the most gaudy body colors ever, and that's what this leans into, that idea set. And I think that is also one of the things that is hard with Glorantha, and it's one thing that Colin has struggled with, is this leans into the idea of mythology and contradiction and things of that nature, right? This is putting yourself back into the mindset of a human in Mesopotamia. Like, the gods are real. He's on that hill over there. And I know that. And I can go talk to him or whatever, right? And so like everything is through that lens. So like this tribe over here believes something. This tribe over here believes something else. And they're both right.
I'm not fighting you on the setting. I'm just saying, like, let's look at L5R for example. That's like modern version of Japan or whatever it was. That art is absolutely incredible. I don't think there's any book that has better art than the L5R book. And when I'm comparing books, one thing I compare is how nice the art is. And I look at the Glorantha cover, especially for the CRB cover, and I'm just like, what? It looks like a 15-year-old drew that. I'm sorry. I'll download it.
It's its own thing. And I appreciate it for marching to the beat of its own drummer. Here's our quote, by the way, from Carl Jung. Your messenger is the white bird. Again, I don't I actually like this cover. I actually like this art here from the core rulebook a lot more, you know, because it looks a lot more. I mean, it looks illustrated, it looks comic booky, but I actually don't mind.
That's the thing. I think they're going for comic booky. It's just that it's not consistent.
Yeah,
the art is not. I will give you that. The art is very much all over the place. There are some really amazing pieces of art, and then the other pieces are like.
Yeah, like some of the weirder art is really cool.
Yeah, like this piece here on page 9 or 10 or whatever. This is great because this is obviously hyper stylized, and it, and again, it kind of has that element.
You can definitely say they wanted that hyper stylization, right? And some of their artists on staff really got it, could really nail it, and some couldn't.
All right.
And for some reason, the person who's picking the covers of everything they do goes with the wrong artist.
All right, so here we have here's our starter set. So this is book 1. This is the rules. We got 60 pages. Let's see what we can get through. All right, so book 1, the rules, and the first thing we started with, of course, is an essay about mythology. Mythology is more than just stories. It's a state of mind and a way of life. I don't know if I agree with that. It is sentience and vitality in its own, a power. I don't know if I agree with that. RuneQuest lets players experience that state of mind and explore that way of life through the mythic realm of Glorantha. Full stop. There is definitely a sect of role-playing games. It's not necessarily tied to this, but there's many role-playing games I've seen before where they're basically like, there's a hidden message here. I remember there was a game that got released called The Secret Fire. And it was like a game that was written by they were trying to make it like an allegory for like Christianity, and like there was like a way to it was like designed to encourage you to like become more Christ-like in your like day-to-day activities, to the point where like if you did like charity work or something, it like gave you a bonus in the game or something like that. It was like this hidden message. But I mean, it's a role-playing game. I mean, why are we talking about
because system is setting and setting is rules.
Yeah,
and it's this all makes sense.
I actually agree with LHS in this one, not necessarily with that statement, because I've always disagree with that statement, but I think that an introduction to a starter set should put the reader in the mindset of the book. I think that paragraph is pretty close to like the first 2 chapters of the actual original core rulebook, but this distilled down to 1 paragraph, so it's doing a pretty good job.
All right. Well, bye. Book 1, the rules, introduces the world of Glorantha and presents the game system through which players explore the world. And again, that is really, talking about we got a tip coming in from Dr. Metropolis here. Hold on a sec.
DR Metropolis tip $3.
Thank you, DR
I brought
Metropolis.
this up in the Planescape deep dive, but it feels true here too. Some settings are fantastic and terrible for a game.
So Dr. Metropolis said, I brought this up in the Planescape setting as well, which is some settings are amazing, but maybe bad for a game. Well, we won't know. We won't know until we get into the game of it. But again, I agree. Planescape is a great setting. I just don't know how it works for the D&D game. But what's interesting here is right off the bat is the rule book introduces the world of Glorantha and presents the game system. Book 2, the world of Glorantha, describes Glorantha.
You're not wrong.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Introduces and then describes. That's
no.
how
All right. I'm just saying
No.
it's interesting that like for them the rules include the rule of Glorantha. You know that they are not separate things, right? They are one and the
they're
same.
not.
Well, the thing is
Otherwise, we'd
knowing
be playing
both
Mithras.
books. Knowing both books, that description of those books is accurate. And what I was like, yep, okay, that's exactly what they do. What I will say though, as a broader meta point about pretty much everything in RuneQuest I've read, is that the writing itself, the actual quality of the written word on the page, iffy. I'll just leave it there, iffy. And then so I can see why you, Derek, would pick up on that slight oddness with that introduction. You're not wrong. You know?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's an element here which is going to be here, which is a bit of an art house style. And I mean, for me, rule books, you know, I don't want them to be art housey. You know, I don't like Morkborg because of the art. I'm like, I won't play the game because of what's going on with it. All right, so players create characters known as adventurers. We play them with a game master. We got some pre-gen characters made here, our adventurers here, in their adventure sheet. The rules model the adventurer's physical, mental, social, and spiritual characteristics governing any interaction with the setting. If an outcome is potentially dramatic or in doubt, this is represented by a defined chance to succeed or fail a defined action. Okay? An adventurer in RuneQuest is a member of society, a clan, a tribe, a city, or a community. Adventurers have duties, loyalties, and conflicts beyond mere freebooters with ties to the world of Glorantha as deep as they are profound. Each adventurer is also tied to several runes, the cosmic powers defining Glorantha and manifested by the gods. Adventurers are members of the cults of their gods from which they get magic and aid. As adventurers progress in their cults, they strengthen their connection to the runes, gaining power and questing towards becoming true heroes. In Glorantha, a hero is not just one who does heroic deeds, it is someone whose deeds are reflected in the hero world, a mythic overrealm where the apocalyptic hero wars will be fought. It's a lot of introduction for the first page of the game. We're already talking about Valhalla and Ragnarok, apparently. All right. So, okay, yeah.
Well, what do you think of that, Derek? Like, is because from a starter set, isn't that kind of what you wanted to do?
I mean, I mean, again, it is. I don't know. I mean, a starter set for me should just try to get me playing the game ASAP. But
it should be player facing rather than GM facing. Like,
well, I mean, you know, this is the fundamental problem that I have with like most IP based games. Even like, you know, and this is obviously there was never a RuneQuest movie or show, but you know, Star Trek, Star Wars, you know, like somebody comes in and it's like, well, you're gonna need to know about this planet from the Empire, and I'm like, you know,
I think RuneQuest, yeah, from a player-facing point, doesn't ask all that much to start playing.
Okay.
I think it does ask a lot of the GM.
Okay.
I think if and it understands that like if you're a GM running this, you're fucking into this. Like this is your jam. And it's like we're gonna ask you to know the lore, the runes, the gods, all the stuff. So that you can then explain it to your players because they understand that, like, all right, even if you're getting players to play this, it's going to be a bit of a uphill battle to get them in. But once you get them in and can like, hey, would my character know this? Yes, you would know that, you know, Herrick the Berserk is this guy and like all that type of stuff. So
would you say then, because like one of the fundamental, like I've always said, I don't like mysteries. Like I don't read mystery novels. I don't like mystery movies. I never, you know, read Sherlock Holmes or anything like that. And so the core conceit, one of the core conceits of Call of Cthulhu has never appealed to me because it's an investigation game at a certain level. You're kind of uncovering and discovering mysteries. So would you say that if you're a player who doesn't actually care about, you know, the interactions of the world of the game in that respect, like I don't want to be preached at, you know, taught to the lore of this game through playing it, that this is not a great game then?
Yeah, I don't think it's a game. If you are a player who like does not care about the world, play Mithras.
Right.
Like you have to have a tie to the world. And that can vary. The sliding scale in the scope. You can zoom into you are a clan, you are a low level dude just trying to protect your clan's cattle from bandits. Or you can zoom out and you are a general leading an army against the Lunar Empire, which is like the bad guys, right? Like you have that ability to go in as macro or as micro as you like, and the rules and the setting both support that. The way that like the other thing like is the loop of play for RuneQuest is such that you go out to, it's almost very similar to Torchbearer in some regards, where it's making you go out into the world. It's forcing you to come back. It is, the expectation is you're not going out and staying out adventuring forever. Adventuring is a special thing, and you are trying to make it back to your clan, to your duties. Like you have a job that you're trying to get back to like support your clan and all of that. So it's pulling you back to society all the time, which I think is a very, like, you know, coming from like D&D doesn't care. D&D, you could be out there forever. But RuneQuest forces you to come back to like your magic. Part of your magic system doesn't replenish unless you all go to a temple and pray on a specific day. Like that's where the crunch then comes in with like the setting specific stuff. But like where, if you do not care about lore whatsoever, no, just go play Mithras. But if you do, and if that's, you know, you want to be dropped in and you want to have amnesia and you have forgotten everything of the culture that like this game is trying to like start you off at, I think there could be some really cool stuff to do with that. But yeah, you have to at least care about learning it at that point.
Your impassioned plea prompted another €5 Sam super chat, supporting my GM's passion for this game. And it's interesting too. And again, I mean, you know, obviously I've got these guys on, so we're going to be tangenting all over the place. But like, obviously, I grew up reading the novels of Tolkien, and you know, read some of his other works about his, you know, legendarium and his world and Silmarillion. And I mean, there's people out there who are literally Tolkien scholars. I think there's people who can literally get degrees in it. And I'm certainly not at that level. But if I were sitting down, and so there's this rich tapestry, you know, going back to the first age, you know, most people don't even know, like they know Lord of the Rings. They think Sauron's the big bad guy. It's like, no, actually he's just the guy that was left over from Morgoth, right? From Melkor. That's the real bad guy.
Sidekick.
He's the assistant to the regional manager.
Yeah, he's the assistant to the regional manager. No, you're the assistant regional. No, you're the assistant to the regional. Anyways, so yeah, he's just some guy. He's just a Maiar. He's not even a Valar. And then, but you could go the entire movies and say, I absolutely love Lord of the Rings. I love Aragorn. I love. I watched the movies. I loved them. I watched the extended editions in theaters. And I even picked up the books and read them. You know, great, awesome. And then I go, who's your favorite Valar? And they go, what's a Valar? And I'm not gonna like look at that person and go, you're not a Lord of the Rings fan. Right, I'm just thinking, okay, that doesn't matter to you. And the same thing is true. Like if I were to play The One Ring, it's set in Middle Earth, but my goal there is just to have great stories of heroes overcoming villains, and you know, testing what those characters are willing to fight for and sacrifice in order to, you know, win for good against evil. I'm not necessarily using it as a precursor to me teaching you a history lesson about, well, let me tell you about the first realm of Arnor and before the fall of the lines of the Dunedain, because let's go back to Elros, who of course is, you know, like, for me, even though I know that stuff and I'm interested in that stuff, I don't presume that my player characters care, or that they should care, or that the game should care, even though it is a One Ring game.
I think that's exactly why, like, LHS recommended us starting with the starter set today, because if you read the core rulebook, if you read RuneQuest Role-Playing in Glorantha, the first half of the book pretty much is just like lore dump. And well, to put it badly, but it's not disinteresting, but it's very much like, I would not give that to a player before this, unless they're the type of player who just would love it. But for any normal player, like the part of RuneQuest, the core rulebook that made me most excited was just a picture of a farmer with his inventory around him, and I was like, oh, it looks like Diablo. That was the that was the part that made me the most excited. So like, yeah, I feel like it meets you where you at in terms of, sorry, I would, if I was the GM for RuneQuest, I would meet the player where they're at, is how I'd phrase it. But the Chaosium did not do any of that and just dumps you into the middle.
Yeah, no, I think Chaosium there's a lot of mishandling of this from that angle. Like, so this is a love letter to Greg Stafford and RuneQuest, Glorantha, everything, because this was like they came back, they saved Chaosium, they got RuneQuest and Glorantha back, and this is what they put out. It is a love letter. In doing that, I do think they were kind of blinded. I mean, I don't have a ton of experience with Chaosium products, but what I understand is like they need a better layout and editor person for sure, and just putting like the first 137 pages of the core rulebook is, for all intents and purposes, lore and character creation before you get into the game system. And I do think like Lord of the Rings and Tolkien is a very apt example, because like you can do that. You can be like, I have this level of knowledge experience, but then there is the first age, second age, third age, all of this stuff within RuneQuest that you could be like feasibly go and explore and things like that. Like your Glorantha will vary, and you can go explore some cool historical events or whatever. But it's not super needed. And it's for like, again, if you were a GM running this, you're probably super into it. Yeah. Right. And it's cool to have that in your back pocket. And like, they don't even know what I just did. So what I did was super cool.
Okay, so let's talk about this here real quick. We got a super chat coming in from Whipplestein first here. Thank you, Whipple. Super chat is the quickly available option, but support for guest participants interested in learning about it in the system. Thank you, Whipplestein. So really, it's a tip, but super chat was right there, and I don't blame you for that. Thank you, Whipplestein. Thank you so much. And again, I owe you more art for Northern Region Season 3. Thanks, Whipple. What was I saying? Oh yeah, that's kind of a heavy ask, because I can accept that you might have people who want to come to a game to play in the world of Glorantha, right? A role-playing game that is as much a D100 system as it is a Glorantha role-playing system, as Vin keeps referring to it. The core rulebook is called RuneQuest Role-Playing in Glorantha. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna start a Lord of the Rings game, One Ring, and I go, who's interested in the world of Tolkien and the Lord of the Rings? And a bunch of people are going to go, me. I think it's really cool. And I go, yeah, great. I've got a game for you where we can play in a role-playing game that it not only has the themes and the tones of those novels, but also some of the world elements and the lore elements. Maybe we can go a little bit deeper. And they were like, yeah, that's really cool. How do you possibly get that buy-in with RuneQuest?
Easy. Hey, do you like ancient antiquity? Do you like the ancient world? Do you like Eastern inspired? Like, are you into Indian mythology, Hinduism? Are you into Mesopotamia, Babylon? Like those type. Hey, were you really into 5th grade where they were talking about Egypt and Greece? Did you own the Egyptology book or the Wizardology or the Dragonology books as a kid? I got a game for you.
And someone goes, yes. And then you go, great. Here's Glorantha. Also duck people. And they go, what the fuck?
Wait, is that duck people? Get out. There's no duck people.
There's duck people. Yeah.
Oh,
that's where Dragonbane, again, cancer. Dragonbane is baby's
Spreading
first RuneQuest.
Cancer.
Because it's based off of RuneQuest.
So yes.
Derek, if you get a chance, can you, I don't know if you have it open, but the core rulebook PDF page 67.
Yeah, I was like, I got so many stuff open. I gotta kind of close some stuff down here.
I'll show you how to
here we go. What page?
A player.
Oh, I got my
PDF page 67.
I got to close Mithras. I got to close stuff. I got too much stuff in here. So this is the character sheet.
And I think I come to this like fully. I think like same thing with Pathfinders. Like I come to this. I don't think RuneQuest grognards would want to play with me. I don't think I have all that in common with the original OG RuneQuest players, because I'm all about the narrative side of this, like the super high sim, like all of the gear porn here. That doesn't do anything for me.
Exactly right. So he would never be able to sell me on RuneQuest, but if you gave me this page and the page after it, and went, this is what I mean, like freaking Bronze Age adventuring, I'm like, yes, I'm in. That's how you sell RuneQuest for the what do you call me?
By the way,
uneducated.
This person's pretty well equipped for a farmer. I mean, they've got war hammers and battle axes and leather greaves. I mean, if I had to choose between the farmer and the noble, I think I'm going to take the noble, obviously. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That's cool art. You know, she's kind of got like a Kopesh looking thing here.
Yeah, it's because like people don't really necessarily know what Bronze Age means.
Right.
So if you,
well,
if
that's
you,
what I was
if,
gonna say. Because when you
yeah.
said that LHS, do you want to play in ancient Mesopotamia? I remember at my growing up. Okay, second edition D&D had 3 colors of books that were produced, supplements. There was the red books, which were player books, complete wizard's guide, complete fighter's guide, complete thieves guide. Then there were the blue books. These were they were called DMGR, the Dungeon Master Reference Series. And these were like DMG1, Campaigns and Catacombs, DMG2, whatever. Arms and Equipment Guide was one of them, very famous. And then there were the green books. And the green books were the historical settings books, okay? There was one for like Celtic and there was one for like Rome. And I remember from the time I was old enough to know what D&D was to the time that comic book store, those green books never got sold off of that stand. I mean, I guess I just think like the number of people who are legitimately want to go play in a mythological Mesopotamian Near East setting has got to be like really low.
And yet don't want Mithras, right? It's like it's also got competition, which is interesting.
But let's continue with some of the mechanics. Okay, so we're using all the D100 or all the dice here, which is fine with me. I like polyhedrals. And we're rolling D100 is the most common one here. We're telling us what D100 means. We know how to roll dice. Okay, stats. We've got strength, constitution, size, dexterity, intelligence, power, which indicates spiritual presence, willpower, and luck, and charisma. The higher the characteristic, the better. These in a turn, maybe spelled wrong. I don't know what that is. Influence and determine other aspects of the adventure. So we've got some derived attributes off of this. So are these what? Are these out of 100?
I think they're out of 20.
Okay.
You can't go higher than 20.
Okay, got it.
Except for POW. POW's the like one that's well. So then you won't know this here or in the core rule book because you're only playing humans in this. It doesn't even give you the option for anything else. But you have like racial maximums.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. And let's be clear about something here, which I've said many times before. I am all about that. I think races should be different. I don't think they should just be cosplay costumes that you put on your character and then everybody gets the same stats. I think that's so stupid. Why even have them? Anyways, so those are our core statistics. We also see that we've got weapon statistics. Some of these damage rolls are making me get upset. 1d10 plus 1 plus 3d6. Number 1, why is it written that way? Number 2, what? What are we playing? Earth Dawn here?
Earth Dawn is based off of RuneQuest.
So, well, that is one of my least favorite things about Earth Dawn. So there we go. Something called SR, which we don't know what that is. We have our hit locations, and then we have attributes. We have hit points, move, a strike rank, rune points, magic points, damage bonus, and healing rate. I see the damage bonus is the plus D4. And then our hit points, which is different from our hit locations, but we'll move on. Hit points represent how much injury we could take before dying. It's always so strange to me that you have these games with these like incredibly complex systems and we're rolling to see if we hit the right leg or the left leg, and then they just use hit points. Isn't that's just strange?
Just wait.
Okay.
Just wait.
Okay. Elia says $2. Thank you, Elia. This all sounds great, but do the numbers go brrr? No.
Yes and no. Because like one of the things with like BRP, right?
Wait, hold on a second. We got a tip coming in. $20 from Ford.
Prefect tip $20. Hold strong, Rune Lord.
He says, "Hold strong, Rune Lord. Hold strong."
With BRP, what because you've already been exposed to it with Pendragon is augmenting, right?
I got it.
But one of the things that is different from like Pendragon is all about crit hunting and crit fishing and all of that. RuneQuest does like it's a really cool mechanic, I think, is like, all right, so 100 is the max. But if you get like if you like have your sword ability get to be like 130, you then minus the 30 from yours, go back to 100. And then you impose that minus 30 to the other people that you're engaged fighting with. So if their sword is at 50, their sword is now at 20.
This is a great time for me to interject. This is not a condemnation of RuneQuest. It's just a combination of almost every system. I don't like opposed systems and opposed rolls. Okay.
There's also other things where if you get your stat really high, you can attack multiple times. Like there is a bit of burr, but my overall opinion is not enough burr It's mostly on the attack roll side or
The page size to burr ratio is not in your favor here.
correct.
I think you'd be surprised how much burr you could have.
Okay.
Like, we had Sam come in, who's been playing for 30 years. Nothing survives contact with Sam. Like, it is, everybody else is doing, like, I do, all right, 5 damage. That gets through, so that they take 2 damage. And Sam's like, I do 37 damage. Like, it's
there's no. It has to be triple digits, at least triple digits. What are we doing?
All right. Now I'm not agreeing with Vin because that's just way too crazy. I don't like burr, so we're good there. I will say this that people are talking about opposed numbers or opposed rolls. So let me be clear about something. I don't mind opposed rolls if there isn't a skill check involved. So what do I mean by that? Like, for example, Torchbearer uses versus rolls frequently, but in that case, it's just your dice pool versus their dice pool. You roll, whoever got the most successes wins, right? You're not like comparing it also to your skill where you're like, I roll better than you, but then the skill rating difference and the delta, like that's where I just completely start to like lose. Like we both passed the skill, but somehow we both failed, but then we do have to check the margin and we get all these weird situations. Anyways, move. Strike ranks determines how quickly they can strike. Do I want to know what that means?
I can strike rank. The combat system is all about strike ranks, which is in essence,
yes.
If you are swinging a heavy club, you will hit later than if I'm stabbing you with a spear. In the same way that if you're stabbing me with a dagger, it will take longer for you to hit me than if I'm stabbing you with a spear.
So it has to do with the reach.
I'll phrase it different. Right, you have round by round initiative.
Yeah,
based on what everyone's doing in that round. And what weapons they're wielding. I
got it. So the heavy club wielder attacks just as often as the dagger wielder. It's just later.
No, because I said, you can split your attacks if you have enough attack rating and stuff. But like the main thing is, weapons have essentially an order and what they attack in, and magic has a way to calculate where it would rank in terms of its attack rating. And then so each round you re-tally who's going in what order depending on their plan.
Strike rank. You have 12. You have 12 strike ranks. The certain magical stuff, your rune magic, which is different than spirit magic, goes off on strike rank 1. And then so like bows is a really good example. There's like 3 different types of bows. You have some bows that or ranged weapon that you can only fire once a round. There's some that you can only fire once per 2 rounds. You fire, it takes you a whole round to reload, then you can fire again. Then you've got your just regular self bow, long bow that you can fire once. It takes 5 strike ranks to reload, then you can fire again. So it's a 3 for your strike rank because that's what your dex is. So you go on strike rank 3, you reload for 5, then you can fire again. So you're firing on 3 and 11.
All right. So Elia asking the important question. This is all I need to know. It's a Bronze Age game. Are spears the GOAT weapon?
Spears are GOAT. These are my really good rules.
Spears are really good.
Okay.
Ranged weaponly, really good.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, everything checks out.
All right. Then I can check that out. Okay. Okay. Skills. Healing rate determines how much you heal each week. So if we look back under this little example here, our character has 12 hit points and a healing rate of 2. So they get back 2 HP per week is how I would read that. So definitely not your 5-minute workday. Okay. The important actions require the use of an ability. There are 3 types of abilities: skills, which are lowercase, runes, which are uppercase, and passions, which are uppercase. But then skills, runes, and passions are all uppercase. Anyway,
starting off sentences.
Well,
that's just grammar.
Okay, yeah, but why is rune capitalized?
You'll find out why.
Yeah, skills are fields of expertise learned from upbringing, culture, and apprenticeship. Most can be learned and taught. They have a base chance, the default chance that anyone can attempt to do. So anybody can do a skill. They have a base skill, but you can improve them. So basic D100 roll under, right?
Skill-based system.
Runes are the magical building blocks of the whole world of Glorantha. They guide and influence everything, and the gods are associated with them. Through understanding and mastering the runes, your adventure increases in competence in many aspects, particularly magic. These are described after our skills. And passions are strong emotional responses, such as love, loyalty, hate, and fear. They are usually focused on a particular entity or group. Adventurers have many passions. The higher these are, the more strongly they are felt. Honor, however, is instead a personal code. Okay. For actions anyone can accomplish without difficulty, success is no roll. Okay, great. Otherwise, we roll a D100 and we have to roll under. Makes sense. The game master should have the players make ability rolls. Okay, thank you. Ability experience checks. Remember that when your adventurer successfully uses a skill, rune, or passion, they may improve it later as practice makes perfect. Abilities with a small box next to okay, so you use it, you can check it, and then you can chance to potentially increase. So diegetic skill growth, which we've seen in other games, which is I like. Although my favorite diegetic skill growth is in Torchbearer. Reputation. Unlike an ability, it measures your character's fame and renown. Unlike other abilities, the game master rolls it for determining if people have heard of you. Okay. Characteristics. When an action attempt is not an ability, so the characteristics are out of 20, but they're really out of 100.
Yeah. For rolling against it, yeah.
Would you ever use your characteristic not as a ×5?
Yes. ×5 is the there's different difficulty levers. So like a ×1 would be very, very hard, almost nigh impossible.
Got it. I got it. These could be increased or decreased. So make a okay. Is that awkward? Come on, you got to tell me that that's not awkward.
It's not awkward in play. I can confirm. Like it is.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Pretty, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of a lot of RuneQuest is like, oh, once you're like in play, it's like, oh, that was really easy.
I guess.
Well, you write down your skill ranks on your sheet.
Well, skill ranks is fine, but that's like if my strength is 13, and the GM goes, make a strength ×6 check. You're like, okay, 6 times 13, 60 plus 18, 78. It's like, that's not great.
Oh, I agree with you. By looking at LHS, I'm wondering what his counter argument is, because I think this is ridiculous.
No, I think because most of the time, 9 times out of 10, it's a 5. Like it is. Okay. That is how you're basing.
But you still multiply. But is there anywhere in your sheet where you just have to have all these written out like already?
I don't think the characteristics. No, the skills. Yes. So
yes, I just say it's clunky by design. Like I personally find that like I don't want people multiplying. I don't like what's the space Cipher system for the same reason. Like stop multiplying before you roll.
Oh, with the Numenera or whatever, where you multiply by three, and then
correct. Yeah, I just can't. Eating math before rolling.
Well, yeah. So the thing that I love in theory, and I don't even like this in so. This is where Dragonbane wins for me, even over Call of Cthulhu. Because Call of Cthulhu and other BRP systems, right? It's a D100. Everyone's like, it's great. You see a 78, it's a 78. All you have to do is roll a 78 or less. Unless it's one of the... Unless it's not. And it's like, okay, so is it or isn't it? It's like, well, sometimes it's divided by 5. Sometimes it's really, whatever it is, extreme.
Or like situational modifiers, right? Where Dragonbane is just... advantage disadvantage, so it's super clear,
right? Dragonbane, it's always
for
right. Dragonbane, you might be rolling multiple d20, but roll multiple d20, take the lowest one. Is it lower than your skill? There's no ever any other modifiers. Now, granted, that is very simplistic. I'm not saying I'm not arguing that it's not, but this characteristic thing does strike me as a bit clunky. But I digress. So, question: if there is a ×10, which would be very simple, but let's say it's the ×8. If my whatever skill or my strength was an 18, and it was a ×8, does that mean I only fail on like a 95, 90, 100?
So you have a 5% fail and 5% crit chance. Always, you have a 5%. Fumble and 5% critical, no matter what your skill rating is.
By the way, someone's trying to taunt me. They said, Jake said, just wait till you have to do division for augmenting.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Example of play. Oh, okay, great.
Wait, so going back to the 5% thing, I actually didn't know that. So that means that you can't get to. I'm not saying it's a terrible thing, but you can't get to 100. So like, why are we multiplying by that high multiplier?
So you can. So again, what I said earlier. So if getting above 100, so the way that like your weapon attacks, right? So if you can get your sword above 100, you can attack twice and split your ability. So if I have 100, I can attack twice with a 50 and a 50.
Right, but for normal rolls, you're still 95 is the actual
right. So, but on the other side of that too is if I am rolling with 100, again, what I said is like 130, I can just roll the once, and I'm rolling at 100, still the 5% chance of failure, but I'm imposing a 30% disadvantage because of my skill level onto my opponents. So there is reason to make stuff go to 100 and above.
All right. I'm just going to skip this example play here. Okay, here's our ability results. But again, remember, these are your abilities after they've been multiplied.
No, this is just straight skills. Well, yes, this is for everything.
Okay, so not
primarily skills.
Wait, so not only do we have a critical, we have a special, and we have a success, and we have a fumble, which is
degrees of success and failure.
Wait, but they're different.
Mm-hmm.
They're different, though.
What are you asking?
Well, like
on the difference?
Like a fumble is sometimes a 96 through 100, but sometimes a fumble is 99 through 100, and sometimes a fumble is 100, and sometimes a fumble is 97 through 100.
Failure is like kind of the Pathfinder. If it's 10 over 10 under, it's always a degree different. So 96 to 100 is always failure. Now, whether or not that is a fumble or not is determined by what your ability base is. So you're always failing at 96 to 100, but your degree of failure might be a fumble or not, which does matter.
I'm just pointing out that if I have a 52 and I roll an 11, I have succeeded. But if I have a 53 and I rolled an 11, I have succeeded specially.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
See, I actually don't find this that complicated. I think it's pretty simple.
Well, because there's none of this is intuitive, though, right? Like you would never be able to calculate this. Like, it's just
you can. It's 20% and 5%. If you do the math, that's about where it goes at.
Well, about isn't how we use math. It's either precise or not. Like
20%. A special success is
it's 20% round down. Looks like.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't.
You got questions? I got answers.
Explain to me how 1 to 14 is 20%. You're saying it's 20% of 70.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah. Okay, got it. But then, of course, obviously, it doesn't round, so then you have to round down.
Oh, it's not. Yes, yeah, it's like a weird.
You round in favor of the players.
Right.
Okay. So all right.
Well, no, that's even more confusing, right? Because that means sometimes you might round up and sometimes you might round down.
You always for abilities, you're always going to round down.
I'm just saying, let's not act like this is the same thing as Pathfinder 2's minus 10 plus 10, right? I mean, this is
no, that's very simple.
Yeah,
that's very simple. This is a bit more.
Percentages are hard.
Yeah, and I think no, you're not wrong. Like I also have this problem with Call of Cthulhu's 25% thing. I'm just like, it's a bit clunky, especially when I have a 71 or something, and it's like, all right, what are we?
What are we doing here? Okay, so results. So this is a critical success. We do it really well, blah, blah, blah. In an opposed resolution, a critical success is always better than a normal or special success. Make an experience check for the ability. Oh, so if you get a critical success, you get just like Dragonbane does, which of course is derived from these things. Special success is better than usual, but not a critical. It is a result of 1/5 or less of the modified chance of success. So to be clear, my strength is an 18. The GM says make a strength check times 5. So now I have to take 18. I have to multiply it by 5. Okay, 90. Now, what is 20% of 90? 1 through 18. So I had to multiply by 5. Then I had to multiply by 20% to understand my special range. Is that correct? I think so. All right, just making sure. Check and tell me if I'm wrong.
So I do have a question.
Yeah.
How often? Because like, at least when I was looking through the rule set, I got the impression that most of the time I'm just doing skill checks. I'm not actually doing ability checks often. Is that right or wrong, Elliot?
More often than not, you're doing your skill checks. There are times when you're doing your characteristic checks. Specifically, magic is tied to POW, so you're doing like spirit magic resolves off of that. That's the most common one. But 9 times out of 10, you are using skills over anything with characteristics.
Interesting. Right. So opposed rolls are made when one ability is pitched against another's. A simple success may not be enough. Opposed rolls are not used to resolve melee combat. Interesting. I would have thought that they would. To make
the parry system's a thing. It's got
parry and dodge.
To make an opposed roll, both participants roll their respective abilities. If both participants succeed, the winner is whoever got the better type of success. If one participant got a special success and the other one got a normal success, the special success is the winner. That makes sense. If the one got a critical success, they're the winner. However, an opposed resolution may thus result in a winner and a loser, a tie, or 2 losers. It's worth multiply by 5. Now, did you get the 20%? Did you get the 5%? No. Well, we all both failed. We did through all of that, and the end result is nothing happened. And at that point, we would go, what are we even doing here?
The way that I have homebrewed like my addition into this is
okay.
Not like there are sequences where like a tie could be warranted, right? Like that could fit the moment. But other times I'm like, okay, what were the 2 roles and who had the better role? Essentially, that's the tiebreaker in those moments. So you're always getting that resolution, and like it's not, again, I could hear something like I know like there are going to be some like, you know, PF2 math nerds who are gonna be like, well, how do you know what what was the better? Do you do it off the die specifically? Do you do it at the percentage?
Right.
I would just do it on the die and like who rolled lower at that point.
Now it says if both participants succeed, the winner is the one who got the better type of success. So what if they both succeed, but they didn't roll the same number?
So if they both succeeded, that would still, unless one got a crit or a special versus just a regular success, that would still end in the tie.
That would still be a tie.
I would still like that's my tiebreaker system would be whoever rolled lower.
The default is there is not a tiebreaker system.
Correct. It's just all right. We go again.
So that seems like there would be a lot of ties.
I mean, D100 is swingy, and you have
it is pretty swingy, especially with the augmenting. Like you are able to influence your rolls pretty heavily.
Well, just imagine like a D20 Pathfinder 2, where it's like, hey, you make an attack roll and hit, and you make an attack roll and hit. If you don't crit and you hit, but I hit, it's a tie. We go again. That, you know, I mean, obviously the math's not exactly the same, but I mean, I would assume that the margin of, you know, assuming you're reasonably proficient in your skill, that most of the results are going to be that you passed, but it wasn't special and it wasn't a crit and it wasn't a failure. So, you know, you're gonna roll again. Well, it says, Sam says rarely you roll. Yes, there is a special exception, which is if you roll the same number, because it says a tie where both participants succeed but roll the same number. So what happens if you both succeed but you didn't roll the same number?
Whoever rolled better, I think, is what that is saying.
I thought you said that's your house rule.
It might not. It might be the real rule. Who knew? I am the spirit of Greg Stafford. I was playing with the real rules all along.
Right, because it's not exactly clear from this description how that works.
And again, I think it is the overarching theme is chaos. You need a better editor and layout person.
Oh, yeah. They need a better editor. It's freaking crazy. But I don't wait as a broader question, because I know parry system and dodge system is different. How often do we do opposed rolls? Like, is that common?
Opposed rolls aren't that common. They don't come up very often. I don't think we've really. I haven't had one come up once. I don't think.
Well, it's a good thing, because this is a hell of a thing to read in a rule book, let alone the starter set. Determining what happens in situations like this is one of the more complicated things for game masters to rule on, as it requires many variables. Full stop. Break. A rule of thumb is to determine what the goal of each party is, and then determines if what happens if they succeed and if they fail. Do they get what they want? In cases where it's still unclear, rule in favor of the player or pick an outcome that results in, and one of my least favorite things I could ever read in a rule book, more fun. Okay. Well, at least they're honest. Dr. Metropolis says, so we didn't need this chain of rolls and results.
Oh my God.
I'm still not sure. I just want to know what happens if we both succeed, but we didn't roll the same number.
Then you go through who rolled better.
But
who rolled.
But we can.
So if you look up, it does say that.
Wait, okay, where
it says If both the winner is whoever got the better type of success.
Right, but the better type of success is special, critical, or regular, right? Special, critical success, special success, success. Those are the 3 types of success. So I'm assuming that's
how I read that.
That's how I read that.
And because special, and again, I would have just underlined that because it's a D100 system, and you do have 4 layers. You've all the way down to critical fumble. I actually don't think and looking at the percentages, actually, one of my problems with the system is actually something you mentioned earlier is your assumption was that you have the assumptions that you have a chance to succeed. I actually think that's not necessarily the case for most skills on the skill list, at least. I actually think it's not like a tie leading to more ties is going to be uncommon. And if you multiply that by, you have an uncommon mechanic in the opposed roll section anyway, I think we're looking at like a very small part.
All right. So, okay, how about this? If you guys tie, but it's not the exact same number, the campaign enters an infinite loop and crashes. Okay, so moving on. The resistance table.
Let's just skip this. Wait,
what?
Can you explain what resistance is?
Wait.
It's pretty important.
Resistance. The resistance table is you are trying to wow, this has never come up. The resistance table has not come up.
So
this is something that is beholden to the OG early RuneQuest days, and everybody is like, please get rid of this.
But it's in their starter set, and it
is still a core piece,
and it is the second page of rules that they have.
It is this is your opposed rolling, where you are going up against somebody else's characteristic without them rolling. So you are
instead of saves,
a one-sided contest. So I'm going to try to attack your there's a strength contest. My strength is this, your strength is that. I need to get that level, that is the number I have to hit in order to succeed.
So resistance rolls are not used for skills, runes, or passions. They are used when pitting one characteristic against another, which of course, remember, would be, here we go. It's 50% plus active times 5% minus passive times 5%.
Or just look at the table. Just look at the table. The table knows all.
Great. All right. So I have a 12 strength and they have a 12 strength. So it's 50%. Well, at least that works out. Okay. All right. Well, yep. So I guess that's a thing. So for some odd reason, for characteristics, we don't use opposed rolls. We use a flat DC. For some reason. Okay. Augmenting abilities. An adventurer's abilities, skills, runes, and passions may be combined to augment one another, using one ability to support another. A love, family passion might augment a search roll when you're looking for a clue to find your missing brother. Only one ability can augment another for another roll. To augment one ability with another, first roll for the ability that is being used to support the other ability. You get a critical success. So I have to roll a D percentage, and then depending on how I succeed on that D percentage, then that's going to add percentages to my skill percentage, which would then change the rate at which that percentage crits and special successes crits.
Yep. This is, I think, what made me fall in love with RuneQuest as a whole. The augmenting with runes and passions. Okay.
So if you get a critical success, you get plus 50%. If you get special, you get plus 30%. If you get a success, you get plus 20%. If you fail, you get minus 20%. And if you critical fumble, you get minus 50%. And you are also racked with despair. You can only dodge, flee, or hide.
And it drops. You modify that rune and or passion
by 1 minus 1d per 10%. Mm-hmm. Got it. So to be clear here, so let's say that my love family passion was 50%, and my search was All right, let's make it worse. Let's say that my love, family, passion was 53%, and my search was 67%.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to roll a percentage check on love, family, passion, or my passion of love, family. It's a 53%. Now, I roll an 11.
So 11 under, what did you say, 67? So 11 under 67?
No, 53.
11 under 53 is a special success, so you would add 30%. So that's 30% to your 50, so that's 80% now. So a special success under 80 would be 16 or lower.
Got it. Now, to be clear, you looked that up. You didn't.
This is the GM screen. It is the supplement that I am allowed to use as a GM.
And one he will need to use as the GM.
For starters, let us all just acknowledge that what LHS did there was impressive. That was very nice. Let's also acknowledge that entire thing is the most fucking ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So let's just get that out there.
Whoa. All right. We went through the dark eye.
All right.
A couple weeks ago.
You know what? I will play this before I play the dark eye. So there's that. Okay. And probably play this before I would play Chubos. So you're beating two systems.
This is just rings, but more.
Dude, this is not rings.
Augmenting? I'm using the approach of this rune to that is my approach that I'm using.
Yeah, but it doesn't fundamentally change the math of the game. If your air ring is 4, that means you roll 4 dice. End of story.
So that's not changing the math. Instead of rolling 3 dice instead of 4.
Well,
that's different math, right?
I mean, you are right. Instead of picking up 3 dice, I'm picking up 4 dice. But it's not even changing the math. It's just how many dice you pick up. But also, too, I'm not making a check to see if I can make a check to see if I can add it. This is essentially doubling all the number of dice rolls in the game.
Yes, I think so. That's how I looked at it.
Am I wrong? I mean,
sorry, what was that?
Yeah, this is essentially doubling the number of dice rolls that you would make in the game. I mean, obviously, you probably don't augment every roll, but you know,
it is again the type of game that you're trying to play, the type of character that this is building. Is having you have ties to the world. So you are using the runes and the passions, other skills. I am trying to sing. So I am going to use my dance ability to make me sing better. It is a tool, an avenue to increase the role playing in RuneQuest, role playing in Glorantha. So that is the mechanization of role playing and the character sheet.
So to be
clear, me, it looks like the D100 equivalent of the Dark Eye. That's essentially what it looks the way.
No. I want to get into this because the GNS-ness of this is very obviously. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that the G score here is very low. But I'm curious about something here because is this a narrative thing? Because search, presumably, is my ability, or is it diegetic? Is it simulationist that my love, with a capital P, passion for my family, is actually making my eyeballs better to find my brother with a search roll? Or I
mean, it's both. Like it's how we're sitting at the table. Ultimately, the GM has ultimate authority on saying yes or no. You can augment with that.
No, but what I'm saying is a search roll presumably is some combination of my biological and skilled training ability to find things. And
so when a car falls on a child and a mother bends down, picks the car up,
right? That
mother is augmenting her strength with her love for child.
So your definition would be that if a mother can't pick the car up off her child, she didn't love her kid that much.
She failed in that moment to be impassioned by it.
So does that mean that if I fail that passion roll to augment my search check, that I didn't actually like my brother?
You were in the heat of battle. You were not able to focus wholly your mind on that and be able to use it as fuel to spur you on.
We're not in battle. We're just, we're setting out on the search, and I want to make my augment check. And I fail. Does that failure indicate something about the world that I don't actually love my brother?
No, it could have any number of meanings. You're distracted. You just got started. You're a little bit like that. It is your way of interacting with the world. It can mean anything. You could make it like, oh man, maybe I don't like my brother that much. If you fumble, yes, like that is then like you are there is that reality that then comes to place of like, okay, why didn't you like your relationship to your brother then does go down,
right? But to Elia's and Dr. Metropolis' point is this is a game. The only reason I'm asking is because runes are capital and passions are capitalized. Like, is this a situation where like my love for my brother is literally a physical representation in this world, or is this simply a narrative element that is being added to my, like, is it literally making me better at searching for them?
Yeah, like if I had to on a normal day lift something that was a little too heavy, wouldn't be able to do it. But if it's on my daughter, I'm going to be able to do it. If that is, and I don't know how to better answer that to give you, to have that come across. It is like that passion is adding the adrenaline. However you want to contextualize it, yes, it is physically making me stronger. Is it actually? No, but it is. The end result is I am able to do this thing that under normal circumstances, if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do.
I see. So then this game then presupposes that, yeah, level 2 janitor. I agree. It's like bonds from FU, but you know, to be clear, the bonds from FU is very tropey. I mean, you know, it's it's literally power of friendship. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
I personally don't have any issues with the augment system. My main problem with the augment system is the fact that it fails, right? I like things like we just discussed it, like what happens when you roll high on your daughter's love check. Like, what the heck does that even freaking mean? I don't like that can happen. But the idea that the system lets me roll for my daughter's love check is
right.
Is cool.
And that's the difference between this and say Fabula Ultima. In Fabula Ultima, if I had a bond towards Vin of like respect and hatred, right, which probably is accurate, then I can call upon that bond to get +2 bonus to my roll. It's not in question if I can or not. It just does, right? And the element here that's interesting to me is this check. Because to me, there is an interesting element of there, which is, does this actually fundamentally change the way that my character is supposedly interacting with these people? But it sounds like the contextualization is no, it's really just determining whether in the moment or not it mechanically affects it or not. Because I could roll a fumble on my passion check, lose D10%, and I could still say, well, I love my brother, though.
So this is, there's also different ways that you're in passion, like you are using an augment system. So the passion is one element. The other, like, you can augment with a rune. The earth rune is the rune that is associated with search. So I am tapping into this god power. Like, for comic book nerds out there, like, I'm tapping into the speed force to go fast. I'm tapping into the earth rune to augment my search. So that is, I am being imbued divinely. I think the other part here that hasn't really
that actually makes
here,
more sense to me.
what everybody in Glorantha is essentially a cleric.
Right.
Everybody has magic.
You have to pick
like,
your runes and characters.
Your runes do impact who you are. Anything above an 80 has a pull on you. So to put that in like L5R, if your earth ring was like at a certain level, it would be like, I'm going through life. That is like I am the earth ring.
But the difference is that in L5R, the rings don't actually represent anything, right? Like, you know, it's a proclivity. It's not like tied to some universal force. Like, if you're really stubborn and logical, you don't have the ability to earthbend. You know, like, that's not how it.
Right. This is that. Like, all the runes do have a tie. Like, the air rune is.
So is everybody a mage then, or a caster then?
Everyone's a cleric. Yes, everybody can cast magic.
Oh, okay. So Beowulf must hate this.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
I mean, for the magic, for the ducks, he hates a lot of parts.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He hates the ducks too. Okay. Blah 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 blah.
2 for 2 Australians that don't like the ducks.
Re-attempting ability rolls. An adventurer failing an ability roll may still be in a situation where they could potentially try again, or where there has been some significant change in circumstances. The game master may permit a follow-up attempt, but at a -20% penalty. If you fail a second time, you cannot make any further reattempts without the passage of time or change in circumstances. So you get one, you get 2 strikes basically. All right. Beowulf says yes, I do. Time and movement. We've got real time, actual time spent playing, rarely. Actual time spent playing, rarely referred to.
Can RuneQuest be goofy? Yes.
I mean, come on. Like, what? You know, there's this thing. It's called real time. Anyways, a narrative time, quick passage time moves the game along. Nothing important. Full turn, 5 minutes for 25 melee rounds. Melee rounds, about 12 seconds round. Strike rank. Each melee round consists of 12 strike ranks. To measures of how quickly actions can be attempted. And skill time. They can use abilities can mark the passage time. Measures in distance. They use the metric system. Movement is flexible, represented in MOV units. I love when you abbreviate something move to MOV. Each point of MOV in combat, or MOV, represents 3 meters running or outside of combat. An unencumbered adventurer not in combat can move 8 MOV in 1 melee round. This is like the worst of both worlds because it means something and also we're abstracting it. For each unit of movement an unengaged adventurer makes in a melee round, add +1 to their strike rank if they wish to take any action. So if you move, you attack lower, but I assume that you still like what happens if I move a far distance and I'm adjacent to somebody and I want to attack them? But now
the most important thing to remember is if your total SR is over 12, you can't do it, right? So
you can
essentially you can do part of it. So say you want to move and attack.
Yeah.
That means you have to go, okay, I have to move 3 meters and attack. You already know your attack's normal strike rank.
Yeah.
So just 3 plus my attack strike rank before I can.
Right. But what I'm saying is, okay, my strike rank is 5, and I move 6 meters. Sorry, I move 2 MOV units, and because I moved 2 MOV units, I add +2 to my strike rank. So now my strike rank goes from 5 to 7. Which means I move now, but I'll strike on 7. But what happens if my opponent moves before 7?
Everything is about the statement of intent. There's unengaged movement happens first. There is a whole breakout of the rules that happen.
Got it. In other words, consult another spreadsheet. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I think everyone has to declare their actions before you even do the round. So everyone knows what everyone's doing. Yeah.
I got it. Okay, travel time, I don't really care about that. Skill time, okay, I don't care about that. Skill category modifiers. Skill category modifiers represent the way that the combination of some adventuring characteristics give them an advantage with certain skills, such as Dex affecting agility skills, Int affecting knowledge skills. Shouldn't Dex affect Dex skills? And shouldn't Int affect Int skills? And
Dex also affects Dex. Essentially affects pretty much everything.
Yeah, but like why
this is for skills, like every skill, not every skill, but most skills you have a base chance to succeed at, which is like 5.
But
so like your boat is an agility skill. If you don't have any skill in boat, it's 5. But then if I'm really dexterous, I have an increased chance of like +10. So my actual boat skills 15 because I'm just really naturally good at being dexterous.
Okay, but my question here is we have a section of skills called agility. And these are all the skills that correspond to Dex. So why doesn't this say Dex?
Because they're not dexterous skills, they're agility skills.
But then why are they affected by Dex?
Because to be agile, you need to be dexterous.
But in order to be
what
dexterous...
he's pointing out is, he's pointing out that why isn't it strength? Because strength is what gives you speed, right? Like a person's
No,
speed.
I'm not even questioning that. I'm questioning why, why, if they're modified by an attribute, why aren't the skills listed under that attribute name?
I mean, they could.
Okay, I mean,
sure.
they're just
your Glorantha will vary. Your skill sheets will say,
all right,
this is Dex, this is strength.
Imagine if you're playing D&D and you have strength, and then there's a bunch of skills that are modified by strength, and they're called the might skills. And wouldn't you go, why aren't these called the strength skills?
That sounds like 47 Kickstarters that launched last month.
No, but
he's not wrong.
But they're using both names, right? Like that's very strange to me.
Well, I personally would have liked the skills to just be in freaking alphabetical order, but they're not. Like,
that is true. So I guess I didn't really think about that, but yeah. Oh, maybe you can answer this question for me. This is just things that are popping up on the character sheet that are interesting. Why are 2 of the speak other languages at 100 and then the third one is at 50?
Speak own language.
Oh, speak
other language. Speak own language.
Got it. So I have a 50% base chance to speak my own language.
Oh, that's actually a super important point. So the whole thing about skill checks in the system is there's like a whole page on it in the core rulebook. It's like not how we'd use skill checks in D&D. It's like if you want to achieve a particular emotional effect on the opponent, or even want to achieve a particular difficult thing, otherwise it's just assumed that you do it. So
got it. Vin, I'm curious. You're a skill guy, or you're not a skill guy.
Well, I like COC. And
do you let's I'm zoomed here in on the missile weapons. We've got composite bow, crossbow.
Oh, I hate it. I hate fucking it's too much, man.
Self bow, pole lasso, sling, throwing daggers, and thrown axes. How do you feel about the fact that each of these is individual and different?
Bro, the fact. So, all right, look, if and this is my like honest take on the system, because I've been purposely very reserved because LHS loves the system and I'm just the passenger, right? I'm just a passenger in this stream, but I don't like most of this system. And one of that thing, but I like some parts of it, right? But maybe it's just because I like the BRP. But the way they broke out skills, like he mentioned boat. Boat was the one that broke me. When I first read the skill list,
strangely, I'm actually okay with there being a boat skill. Now, wait, I'm gonna guess. Wait, I'm not looking. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm gonna guess where boat is. Boating. I'm gonna say it's knowledge. Damn,
no,
I wasn't right. Okay. I'm gonna guess. Okay, boating is. It's not knowledge. How does one boat? It's not dexterity, really. And then I have to guess what it is because I only know the attributes. I only know knowledge because I just read this. Shit. All right. You know what? This game is so weird. I'm gonna guess that boating is charisma based. So what is charisma? Because they don't actually call it charisma; they call it something else.
Wasn't it agi?
No, it's agility.
Yeah, it's agi. Yeah, it's agi.
Which is not agility; it's dexterity. Is that right?
Well, I think the boat just made your point right because it's not. it's actually dexterity.
Boat provides the adventurer with a skill in handling oared or poled small boats such as rafts, canoes, and rowboats. Boat is primarily a physical activity, unlike ship handling, which is knowledge based.
Ship handling.
And hence
ship handling. Fuck. All right. You know what? I feel totally vindicated. I now give this system an A+ because they respected the fact that on a larger ship, it's really more about knowing the ropes. You know where that expression came from? Do you know the ropes? But Colin is referring that. By the way, Sam had another £5. They're off to bed. I'm so glad that LHS is on this stream. We'll watch the VOD. Can you change my super chats to tips? I will. Thank you, Sam, for sticking on here. Colin is saying it's not just agility, or I think he means it's not just dexterity. It's 2 attributes that get mixed together.
So agility skills call for strength, dex, and small size. So like it's a combination of stuff.
Okay.
There you go. So going back to the weapons question, no, I feel like it should just be like axes, bows, and that would be, to me, at least a step in that direction. But considering boat is different to ship handling, you can see why this system wouldn't do that.
Right. It's interesting that they don't actually describe here what those settings are, though. All right, we got communication skills, act, art, bargain, charm, dance, disguise, fast talk, all sorts of different things here. Agility skills, boat, blah, 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 blah. Lots of skills. What do you think, LHS? Enough skills? Too many skills? Not enough skills?
I think that they could get away with condensing. I do like the skills. I think for a system and setting that it is appropriate. I think it allows you to, again, like you are, the type of characters you're creating are very individualistic in that, like, you are creating an identity around them. So what they are good at is different, right? Like fast talk is different than charm, because like, how are you achieving the convincing of somebody. And I like that. It adds that extra little bit of flavor that you're kind of already gonna do when you're saying, well, like, I'm gonna charm them. I'm gonna like really try to like flirt with them versus like, well, I'm gonna charm them. I'm gonna try to like say a lot of words really fast at them, right? Like I appreciate that. I do think they could get down to move the to condense it a little bit, but I do appreciate the level of I can kind of every time I create a character, I could do something meaningfully different.
Right, but it is kind of meaningfully different in an artificial way by creating restrictions arbitrarily. I saw Nutrimentor mention GURPS. So, like, in GURPS, you might have, like, a great example in GURPS might be, like, you're really well trained with the composite bow. But that means that your crossbow skill is better because you're trained with a bow. And, you're used to aiming with a bolt and an arrow. And that may not and by the way, the composite bow might be the same thing as a self bow, or maybe it's like 5% less or something like that. They're tied together.
Okay. If I'm playing a Scythian, what am I going to be better at? A bow or a pike?
I mean, I guess bow is where we're going with this.
Like the steppe nomads, famous horse archers, right?
Got it. Yeah.
If I'm playing a Viking raider, what am I going to be better at? Pike or axe?
I mean, you're assuming that there's like a genetic born thing for Vikings to use axes.
Culture.
Okay, but
what RuneQuest cares about is there's different homelands where you're from, and you are raised to be good at using those because they are your cultural weapons.
But would we agree that a Viking trained in the battle axe who picked up a pike would probably be better with the pike than I would be if Derek picked up a pike?
Yes, which is why your strength in your dexterity
me and
come into matter.
Me and the Viking have the same strength and dexterity.
Then no, I guess.
Okay. Well, so the system says no.
Yeah, the system says
ridiculous.
no. Right.
If everything is the same between me and this other thing, is there a difference? No,
yes.
there's not.
Dr. Metropolis says, this is a game thing, I assure you. If you could shoot a rifle, you can shoot most rifles. Yeah. I also assume that if someone's good with a rifle, they're probably, they might not be as good with a handgun or a shotgun, but they're probably much better than I am, like considerably so. Level 2 janitor, throwing shade on me, says, I refuse to believe that Derek has the strength and dexterity of a Viking. No offense, Derek. You know what? I resemble that remark. Okay.
Can you augment skills with skills?
Yes, it did say you could. But if if I'm rolling a fucking self bow chance before I roll my composite bow shot, I'm never playing the game again.
No, you can't. That wouldn't be
work.
Something to do.
You can't augment a skill with a skill?
You can augment a skill with a skill. It just got to make sense.
Why can't I? So wait, I can't augment my composite bow shot with my self bow skill?
I feel like you should be able to.
Different types of bows, different skill sets.
Wait, but I can
different knowledge bases.
You just said I can fucking use fucking dance to augment my art or something like that. You're telling me
I can augment my dance with my sing and vice versa because those two things go hand in hand.
Actually, I think augmenting my composite bow shot with my self bow skill makes about 10 trillion times more sense than augmenting my dance skill with my singing skill.
I agree with Derek, but I have a question. Is there a accepted list of augments, or is it all up to the GM?
That's a great question.
I think there is stuff that, like, hey, you can do this, if I remember correctly, but it does give ultimate authority of adjudication to the GM.
Right. So Vin would say, yes, you can augment the shit out of that, but LHSA would no. And I find that's hard for me.
I think that is, like, again, one of the things with BRP as a whole, not just a RuneQuest thing, is, again, the scale, the slide. Your experience is going to differ. How you adjudicate, how you interact with it is going to be different. And I think that is sort of to the detriment of, like, understanding RuneQuest, is because you're going to describe this entire system differently than I am. I'm going to focus on stuff that is a wholly part of the game, but is something that you would not highlight. And I think that duality, which is, like, baked into so many portions of the game, like, reinforces it with what it believes in itself, is what is hard to, like, really grasp what RuneQuest is. Because at the end of the day, instead of telling you, hey, you're going to care about these things, it first asks, like, hey, what do you care about? What do you want to do? And then it's like, all right, we've got this over here. We've got this over here. How do you want to engage with that? Right. It is, again, like as micro or as macro as you want to go in pretty much everything. And I think that does hinder the beginner experience because you don't know. You're like, no, you tell me what. But it's like, no. What do you like to do? Let's just go do that.
All right.
Bow should augment each other. That's all I got to say.
So,
should just be one bow skill. Damn it.
So one of the things I do like about BRP, and one of the things I do like about this here is experience. So when you use a skill, you mark it with a box. There's a box on our character sheet here, right? They all have this box. Later, between adventures or when time has passed and you have time for reflections, you can allow the player to determine if their adventurer learned something. Roll a D100 against the rating and add the skill category modifier to the roll itself. If the roll is higher than the ability, meaning basically in game terms, you actually rolled badly. You rolled like high, meaning you had to roll above it. The player could choose to either add plus 3% or add plus 1d6%. Playing it now, see the reason why I don't like that is playing it safe by picking the 3% allows for reliable, but 3% is lower than the average of d6%. So why would you ever choose that?
Because I'm scared.
Yeah, but statistically, you're going to do worse on the long run. So it should be 4%.
Well, I'm scared,
but it should be 4%. Improving passions is identical for that of skills, although there is no skill category to add. Runes act the same, but opposed power runes must be modified on both sides of one status. So that's like the
man beast.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. Like in Pendragon, like if your lust goes up, then your chaste goes down or whatever.
Yep.
Got it. Yeah, which I like. That part's cool. I think the rune system, which we haven't gotten to yet, I think will probably be the one part that I really like. Passions. These are our strong emotions. Devotion, loyalty, love, hatred. These elevate mere adventures into the stuff of legends. And I think that seems very appropriately like Greek mythology, right? These aren't just skilled people. They also they feel big, right? And I like have emotions big. Glorantha's myths and history are full of intense emotions, the heights of heroism, the depths of tragedy. Passionate people may perform with superhuman effort and a greater likelihood of success, and passions are the means by which this is done. They are rated, just like skills and runes, with a percentage indicating how strong this passion is. The most basic passions are devotion. This is to a deity. Fear, which is dread of a certain race, group, or individual. Hate of a clan, tribe, individual, city, nation, species. Honor, a code of dignity and integrity. Loyalty, again, to a clan or a tribe. Love, to in a small group, such as an immediate family. Other passions are possible, perhaps distrust or respect, for example. And any adventurer can automatically declare a new passion during play, with a starting value of 60% or higher, depending on the circumstances.
So as a GM,
how's that work? Yeah.
So as a GM, I can't make you have a passion. Something that just happened in our Sunday game with Colin, Sam, and Golden Monkey. They had not to get any spoilers with the starter set, but they had a patron. We went sufficiently off script for this to happen. They had a patron come in and save their bacon, essentially, prevented them from being executed in the streets, and was part of the condition was all right, I've saved you. What this means, I need you to swear fealty to me. I need you to swear some loyalty to me. And so I had a conversation with a friend. All right, she's asking you to have a loyalty passion to her. The base that has to be a 60. And I went through each player. All right, here's where your character's at. We had a conversation, based on who and what you are, how you've played the game so far, would that be higher or higher than that? And again, 80 is where I can, as the GM, push on that. I can interact with it. And so Colin, for example, set his to 78 or something, essentially guaranteeing that when he gets an experience check in it, it will tick over into the 80%, and that can be a character moment for him, of him growing to that level of loyalty. Whereas Sam, and he was the reason why this all happened, felt oh no, I am fiercely loyal to this person, and set it at 90 immediately. And then Golden Monkey was I'm just kind of here. I understand how this happened. I don't really like people. I'm keeping it at 60. all different reasons, all like, but all the same kind of inciting incident.
Question from LP Curio. How does the pace, and I'm going to go grab a soda. How does the pace of progression feel versus the total quantity of skills?
It really depends on the players and the characters and what you're trying to do. You're gonna have your stuff that you hit more frequently. And again, I think like any system, it's rife for your power gamer optimancers, right? Like they're like, oh, I'm just gonna keep hammering the skill. And it depends on the cycle of play. RuneQuest at its base assumes you are having one adventure per season, because adventures are special things. You're not doing it all the time. They define your life. They define the phases of your life. So it's assuming that like you're going to go through all this, and we might have a bunch of sessions and you're getting your checks, but you're not advancing those things. So you're going to get the things that you're really good at that you're constantly using. You're going to get those immediately. So then it's pushing you again. If you are like my type of player, I'm going to be like, okay, what else can I use? What can I try to do? Because you get good by doing things, right? It's the Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls is based kind of loosely off of RuneQuest. And so, okay, I want to start getting better at this. I'm going to start trying to do that. I can use a very strong augment. Like if I have a really strong rune, I'm going to really bump up my chances of success, right? Or you're going to have players that are like, no, I'm just going to keep doing the things that I'm really good at to get even better at them, right? And so, and again, like back to like your
kind of a different question,
the quantity of skills too. Like you are, what you care about is different per person for the most part.
Yeah, but the question's more like, say, all right, so when you're sitting down to D&D, you know what you're getting. Most of it's going to be fluffy bullshit time. And then and sometimes during adventuring, you'll have a couple of checks here and there by a couple of people. And then in combat, you're straight up just sitting there and it's checks for like an hour and a half. And then you go back to fluffy bullshit time. What's the RuneQuest like arc like? Is it like, because in L5R it's different. Almost everything's a check. Well, sorry, many things can be a check. Even conversations can be a check. Where's RuneQuest kind of in that?
RuneQuest, like the check system is really fast, right? Like we'll step into like some rubble and I'm like, all right, everybody who wants to roll me a search check. Bam, 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 bam. I failed. I succeeded. Cool. I'm gonna like, what level of success? All right. Or what did you roll? Right. And that happens. So like the resolution is super fast on this, and it allows us to keep moving. That's why
I like them so much.
Yeah. Like you always know what you have to beat or what you have to do.
Yeah. And so do people check, because the resolution is fast, that indicates that it could be a system where checks are very frequent, but like in your experience or how you run it, what's the kind of...
So it depends on what you're currently doing. The first adventure in the starter set is you show up to town, you get into a scuffle. You could have a bunch of like, it could go a bunch of different ways where you're using a lot of diplomacy, you're using a lot of talk skills, all of that, or you could just get into a fight. Like it allows for that. And then you kind of get into it and you go do a fight. You investigate a village. So you could get like really into it. Like, okay, we're going to listen. We're going to like stalk around. I'm using all of my abilities there to really get a lay of the land of like what is happening. But, and again, it's like that, the torchbearer, like you're not getting to the grind by just saying things that you're doing that you're going to succeed at. You could just like, I'm going to walk here. And then like you could walk into something happening. So it really depends on the players that you're doing, who's leaning into what. I think for the first bit of RuneQuest, we weren't having all that many skills or augment checks because everybody's still kind of getting used to the system. But the longer that we're playing, the longer we're getting into it, it's like, oh, I'm going to do this. And that's going to be, I'm going to set it up this way. And then all of that. But at the end of the day, it is still super quick to resolve everything. So you're never just like, all right, well, now let's go. Like, I could see, again, from the outside looking in with all the tables and everything like that, it feels like it could take a long time to resolve anything. But in my experience, the table really progresses super fast. You're getting to like, okay, we're in the role play. Like we're in the moment of discussing, all right, we're talking to this lady who saw something. What did she see? Oh, we know this piece of information. Oh, I have my devotion to this cult. That sounds like something that is a part of that. Can I roll that to see what I know?
Yeah, because that's the thing I really like about roll under systems where you have pretty much a fixed DC for most of what you do, is that it's exactly that, where, oh, I'm going to do this boat check. All right, I roll it, and there's no like before or after math. It's just like, oh, okay, it's just under my skill or over my skill, or whatever level of success it is, and you just move on, right? It's just like, and I can see that adding the layer of passions or augmenting to that wouldn't add too much in terms of rolls. So sorry, it might double the rolls, but not double the time, because all I'm doing is justifying if I can use the passions, like, and you just say yes, no, and then I just roll D100 twice, and that'll just automatically solve itself. Like I agree that the system itself, at least on my first read, seemed very, I wouldn't say playable. It's very easy to play because it's very much one of those BRP based systems. So
yeah, all right, 100%. I think it is very playable. It has stuff that could scare you off. Again, having
like the percentages is scary. Like looking all that percentage shit, that makes me just like what it's like. It's exactly what I said to you in the chat. Like reading this book makes it feel complicated, but the game, if you think about it, it's very simple. It's a very simple game.
Yeah, I could run this game for anybody, any skill level. But at the end of the day, like I could hand them a pregen and explain that, like, okay, here's what this is, and could be up and running, right? I do not think that to hit the ground running, you would need to have any more capabilities, expectations, baggage than a 5e player. I truly like the mechanics in place that make everything tick are dead simple.
But the GM needs to know like way more.
Yes. As our games have gotten better, the longer we're running them, because I'm getting more reps, right? I'm about to start up a second game running the starter set, and like it's going to be so much more intuitive. It's like, all right, I know how to lead people through the same stuff and guide. Yeah, and again, I said at the top of the show is I do think it doesn't ask a ton of the players comparative to like what it looks like it asks you. It does ask and rely on you to be a pretty decent GM as far as knowledge goes. 5e, you could be a GM and just kind of stumble and bumble your way through it. This does require like, oh, I need to read the rule book pretty substantially to be able to guide my players.
Yeah, you practically just need to know 3 DCs as a 5e GM, and everything else just plays itself. Whereas for this, it's like, oh no, you need to know that there is a difference between boat and ship handling. Like even that basic stuff, you need to know all this like extra detail.
All right. Sorry, the puppy that we're fostering had a little accident in the house.
No worries. They gave us plenty of time to have a pretty decent talk.
Good. Yeah, Derek out of there. We can actually talk about stuff. So passions. They define your beliefs and inspire them. They the game master may call for a passion roll, or the player may suggest one. The game master has final words when using a passion for inspiration. Now it says an adventurer may become inspired by a passion to augment a skill with the game master's approval. It lasts for the entire duration that it takes to do it, and you can only try once. Is inspiration the same thing as augmenting, or is it? You
are becoming inspired by it. You're using it to augment. This is actually one of the other things. When I've said I've done like low lift homebrew, one of the things that like this says is like in a scene, you can only augment once. Once you've augmented, you can't do it again. Or if you use a passion or rune to augment, can't use it again. And that's one of the things where like I can see why you would do that. But for my table, I'm like, nah. Just if you want to keep using your air rune, go ahead. Because you're only getting the one experience check anyway. It's not going to give you a material different. You're just maybe going to succeed a little bit more. And I do think what the game focuses on.
I'm curious why you would change that.
Because I mean, you are heroic characters anyway. You're supposed to be like in touch with these runes, and like they are your touchstones for everything. They are your approaches. So I was like, I have not yet seen a detriment to changing it. I just think it's a cooler from a narrative perspective to be like, I keep hammering my rune.
I think for me that I actually kind of agree with the book here, because if I'm calling upon a passion, that's not something that just like, I love this person, and now I hate this person, and now I love this, and I feel, not that I know what the runes really do, but if I'm channeling the energy of a rune, I feel like that is not some capricious or temporary thing. You know, it's like I'm taking upon the mantle of the air rune, and that's going to be somewhat lasting. So I
mean, so it is. So it's lasting. I was having this conversation earlier with somebody, and they were like, you know, in Pendragon, you know, do because like it's emotionally exhausting. I was like, oh, cool. I could see that argument. I absolutely like. I'm not saying that the way that I do it is
because it
better
does
by any way.
Yeah, because it does say the inspiration lasts for the time it takes to complete the activity.
So what that means too is like if you are in battle, and you augment your sword skill, and now your sword skill is 160,
right.
It's 160 for the entirety of that battle. If you do it outside of battle, right, then it's the GM's discretion. Is like, okay, does your search stay at this 100 and something
well, it says,
all day?
I mean, it says to complete the activity with a maximum of 1 day. Yeah. So, but to me, you know, I view it as like, you know, I don't know, like an aspect warrior, you know, like I'm taking upon the aspect of the cheetah. And it's like, okay, but that's not just something that you're going to do round to round. You know, that's more of a sort of a thing. So, any case, that seems pretty reasonable. If it goes down to 0% because you fell into despair, you lose 0%. By losing D%, you lose it. An opposing passion may be appropriate at that point, creating hate where love once was. Okay, I like that. Gaining a passion that may be gained during play, blah, blah, blah. If both players, the game master and the player agree, you can gain a new passion. Is there a limit? Is there an upper limit to passions?
Nope. As much as you can fit on a character sheet or a character sheet extension, there is not a limit in the rules for how much you could have. It would only be if it potentially came into conflict, right? Because then we could get into a and then again, that's where the kind of the role playing can kind of come in too. Is like, all right, I have a loyalty to this person, but then I also have a loyalty to this person,
right?
So there, I might treat them as like as opposed as power. So like they have to equal 100. I don't care how you do it, but you have to split these two now. Is how like there's a lot of different ways you can handle that.
Yeah. So the implication being that if you don't have that, then you don't have loyalty. I mean, like what you know what I'm saying is like, is it one or the other? All right, so runes. Runes are intrinsic to Glorantha, cosmic powers that define the world and manifest by the gods. Known from the earliest prehistory, runes suffuse through everything and in about the world. They are the building blocks, symbols, archetypes, embodiments of actual matter and energy of the middle world. Runes originated with the creation of Glorantha. They define the cosmos and everything in it. So this is not just some like abstract concept like rings in Legend of the Five Rings, right? This is like literally... The earliest gods are associated with runes, and philosophers hold that the gods themselves are maybe simply personifications of these runes, which I think is kind of a cool concept. Whatever their nature, runes are symbols with latent power. People mark their possessions and even their bodies with runes. Interesting. They not only characterize reality, but they are used to manipulate the world. Merely looking at a rune or writing it is not enough. They can only be unlocked with extensive training and preparation, such as from a cult, priest, or shaman. There are 3 types of runes. Okay, of the most important and immediate for game adventurers and game masters: elements, powers, and forms. Another type, conditions, is also significant, but fall outside the scope of this adventure in the quick start. Okay. Each rune has different associations: elements, behaviors, attitudes, skill categories, weapons, sensations, creatures, and even physical phenomena. They are rated like other abilities with a percentage indicating how strong it is. The higher the rating, the more strongly its influence should guide the adventurer and their actions. Each power rune is directly opposed to another rune. So the ones that we were looking before were power runes then? With a line connecting them. The rating in one rune is balanced by the opposite, with no rune being rated at higher than 99% and the 2 values always equaling 100. And one goes up, the other one must go down. Okay. Form runes are unique to sentient beings and are paired into opposite. All humans have the man and beast runes opposite to one another, representing the range of civilized to bestial affinity. Other beings, such as elves, are balanced between man and plant. Mastery of runes represented in increased rating is fundamental to becoming a hero. Okay, so we've got the element runes of darkness, water, earth, fire / sky. Okay. Air, moon. Really? Fire is fire / sky?
Lore reasons.
Got it. I see that it has to do with the sun, I guess. Although it's kind of weird that there's an air. But anyways, so we saw that these are kind of go in a circle. That isn't necessarily what we would traditionally think of in terms of circles. But these aren't like opposed like the way the other ones are they?
These are not. The darkness through moon are not. Once you get to harmony disorder,
right. These are the power ones that are opposite, right? So harmony and disorder are tied.
No, so harmony and disorder, those are your forms. Your power runes are the first ones.
No, form runes is man and beast. According to this table. I'm saying like they said there's 3 types: element, power, and form. So the form is like what form do you take, right? Like between the man and the beast, and the powers are the harmony, disorder, stasis, movement, truth and illusion, fertility, and death. And then we have the element ones, which are sort of more in that little like circle type thing that we saw, but they're not like directly opposed the way that power rune affinities are.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Okay. So I mean, these are rated between 1 and 100. We know we can augment with them. We know that this is literally part of the DNA of the world. How do I like this? I mean, there's a lot here.
So the other piece here is the contradictory nature of the runes and the exploration of mythology and perception itself, right? Because we look at like a mercurial nature, right? Like that is tied to water rune. So that's like change and everything, right? So I could, if I'm like, go with the flow, things like that, that could be water. But you could also, like, I could make that same argument through the lens of something else. I want spiritual liberation, so I'm always seeking new experiences. That'd be my moon rune, right? So it is a way to justify what you're doing through that rune and taking on the way that it interacts and like what's what I'm looking for? It's like the way it presents to the world. You're achieving the same thing, but how you're achieving it does differ.
What's interesting here to me is it's interesting, and I might be kind of stretching this, but there's elements here that remind me of alignment and the way that alignment was originally presented, right? Which was like a real thing. Like you can go to the plane of law, like there is a plane of lawful good. Like it is a universal force, right? And nowadays people treat alignment just as like this, like, oh, it's your mood and your how you feels, man. And now we just get rid of it completely. Whereas before it was like this universal force, right? There are people that are evil. There are people that are chaotic with a capital C and a capital E. So I see very strong shades of that here. Obviously that view of alignment has really fallen out of favor, right? With the way that most people perceive and play role-playing games. So do you think having these kind of what I'll call this is mechanical role playing, right?
Well, go to the next page and you see runes and personality section. I'm curious what you think of it.
Here we go. Runes are universal archetypes manifesting in the cosmos and in the psyche. As a result, they influence feelings and tendencies. An adventurer strongly affiliated with a rune acts in accordance with that rune. When the opportunity arises to behave one way or another, runes can be used as either a casual guideline or used by the game master. So this is very similar to the passions from Pendragon. Casual use of runes. A player may sometimes lack a strong idea as to what their adventurer would do in new situations. This is one thing I don't like about the passions rules in Pendragon. I don't like when it's like, well, I can do whatever I want, except unless I want to roll randomly, and then we'll determine. Like, that's such a weird set of rules for me. At these times, a player can roll a D100 and consult their chosen runes. This is the same thing as Pendragon. Blah, 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 blah. If the number's higher, then you'll do the opposite, especially because you'll be like, I'm going to consult the rune, and then you roll high, and you're like, oh, you got to do the opposite. And you're like, nah, actually, I kind of want to just do what I was going to do. Like, it's just like so wishy-washy that it's like, it feels meaningless. Like, does it have power over my character or not?
It does if it's above an 80. It has actual power. And as the GM, what I've done is like, okay, if you are choosing to go against it, I'm lowering whatever that is. If you're choosing to go against your air rune to do this other thing, like if like air rune is like there, that's the barbarian tribes. So if you're at a bar and somebody says your mom's a hoe, and you're like, I'm not gonna fight the entire bar. I'm like, that air rune of yours is looking like you might fight that entire bar. And you as the player are like, if I do that, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I don't want that to happen. I'm gonna like roll against your air rune. If you choose to not do it, I'm gonna say, oh, your air rune goes down. You are not acting in accordance with that. You are less tied to it.
Yeah. Is that the rule in the game?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I like that, because I mean the reason why this is interesting to me is because, see, again, I like it when my player character and me are not the same person, right? I like the challenge of having to role play a character. I think that's actually interesting, and Well, Beowulf said that's the rule in Pendragon too, Derek. Except no, like my thing is, even in Pendragon, I would call for a lot more passion rolls than probably most people would, right? Like as a GM, not as a player. I would be as a GM. Like, let's find out what your character is actually going to do in this scene. I don't care that you're not at, famous level. I still want, let's see what the mechanics say. Let's see what the dice say. I think I would use that a lot more than I think most people do in Pendragon. Or maybe the
Which is why I would hate playing with you.
Right.
Correct. I like the fact that it's like, oh, if you want to use it, right? Everything you've said as a negative against this so far is things like, oh, thank God for me. In fact, the one thing I don't like about this is the thing you do like, which is, or you criticize, I guess, but the opposite. If you roll low, you roll higher, you do the opposite. I don't like that. It should just be, then the rune doesn't influence you. I feel like the middle ground it's striking here is, well, let's be clear. You have a very particular taste. You, Derek, has a very particular. Yes, yeah. So
which is that I like role playing games. Yes, I agree.
You like mechanics dictating.
I like role playing games. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You like mechanics dictating role playing. I don't. I like the game part, and I like the fluffy bullshit time.
Right.
And I like them to be relatively distinct. And so this, I feel like the rune system in this, I think for me strikes a pretty decent balance, because if it was any stronger, like you're indicating, I'd probably would dislike it even more. And then it does come up later when it comes to spells. Like there's a lot to do with runes in the spell section. And so it is so going back to your original question of like, how much does it tie into the system? Well, one thing I want to point out is that when you're building a character the traditional way, when you're rolling against tables and stuff, that actually influences your rune scores, which is very interesting. So your history, at least like LHS can correct me if I'm wrong, but from my recollection, your history actually dictates your rune scores at the end. So you're actually building it a lot into your character, even through character creation. Then it goes into your spells, and it's actually pretty wound in, which makes
the
sense.
Family history. I don't think has a ton. There are a couple things, like if you're saved by the Earth Shaker Priestess, you might like gain to your Earth rune there.
So like 5% here and there, but yeah,
there's here and there there's stuff, right? But if you look at page 20 in the top right, there's mandatory rune and passion rolls, which talks about with if you have an 80% or more, and then what happens.
Right. So, and Pendragon has this if your passion is high enough or whatever. With a rating of 80 or more, place themselves at the mercy of a game master. When such extreme passions require mandatory rolls whenever the game master chooses. In general, the game master has two options if the player has the adventurer do something inappropriate for the rating in the rune passion. You can do an opposed roll, or you can reduce it. What's interesting here is, so it says conflicting runes. When a dramatic situation emerges where the adventurer's mind is split on a course of action, the game master may call for an opposed roll using the rune and its opposite. So now I have to roll 2 runes against myself and use the opposition rules. Is that right? That's how I'm reading this. The winning roll indicates the adventurer's choice, but does not dictate their action. The player can always choose to disobey the adventurer's values or inclinations.
And that would only be if they are under 80, or one of them was under 80. Because if they were under 80, I would immediately
So the GM is calling for a roll, and you have to roll. And by the way, this is where it could be, because it says this could also be a conflicting. It says use the same rules for passions, right? Mm-hmm. So like my Earth rune might be like, I need to kill these people, but my family passion is like, no, I don't have time for this. I need to find my brother, right? So the GM goes, okay, make an opposed roll against yourself with your passion family versus your Earth rune. I'm making Earth rune up. I don't know, fire rune. And then it's like, okay, we went through this whole thing. And remember, the opposed rolls are really weird. It's like, did you succeed? Yes, but who had the greater success? And it's like, okay, no, your brother won. The winning roll indicates the adventurer's choice, but does not dictate their action. The player goes, okay, I got to go find my brother. No, I'm going to fight them instead. So what is this for? What are we doing here?
Like, again, that's the GM fodder for like, okay, this is what you're doing. This is how you're acting. That will have impacts. That will have consequences for whatever happened. Whether it's runes and passions, again, that is the type of story that RuneQuest is trying to tell is all about character development, character arcs, and that's just one part of the play.
Yeah, I guess it just comes down to like, because it says here that the reduce the rune is an option when you're getting to the mandatory range, but when it's not in the mandatory range, is the GM docking you? Is that like part of the rules?
I mean, as a GM, I have ultimate discretion. I can suggest it. I can, anything like that.
So the answer is no. That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
I guess I could just, you just penalize people's runes. I guess the question is like, does the player behavior dictate the rune, or does the rune dictate the player behavior?
Now you're asking the right questions.
Well, no, because if the rune dictates the player's behavior,
No. You're asking the right questions. That's you play the game. You tell me. That's the point. That question right there is what Greg Stafford wanted. He you just hit the nail on the head of RuneQuest. That right there.
Well, that's a fundamentally counter-purpose paradoxed question.
Welcome to mythology.
So you're saying the whole game is based around a concept that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, yeah, see, my take on that is more like, I feel like this is very much because it's straddling the line between the mechanics first or player agency first.
Mm-hmm.
It has to strike against what you just asked.
Right.
Like, if it took a side, then I would hate it more, but you'd like it more.
Yes, I wanted to take yes, but I want lack of ambiguity in rules.
So,
yes.
But the point is, right, is you're free to do your things, but your progression in your cult is tied to the skills that are associated to your god. They are tied to become a rune lord. You have to 90% in a rune that is shared with that god. So your progression is tied. So you might like, oh man, I really want to be an air rune lord. I want to be a Orlanthia rune lord. But what the game is taking me through is putting me in situations where I'm choosing something else, and it is delaying that. Like that is at the heart of it, is like your choices all like fold into itself, into the system, into the setting to make it all interconnected. One choice will then have domino effects or ripples that then impact your growth as a character in the narrative sense, and in the mechanical sense.
I mean, I guess my take on this, and again, there may be a miscommunication here. What you are doing, I think, is better than what the rules are doing. Because
I'm a really good GM, thank you.
Yes, because you're basically saying that your character isn't acting in line with this rune, so I'm going to penalize that rune, and that makes sense to me.
And that is like they bake that in at the 80% left because you've committed to that.
Sure.
You have said, and like that's kind of top end of play. You are committed to going down that road. But then there's also very much the type of players that like, I never want to not be in control of my character.
Right.
I
love not being in control.
I don't want to commit to anything ever that's going to make me do something that's a suboptimal action based on me, the player's desires. And that is how like that's the like there's a point where it breaks that, like it enables that to a point, and then you get to like, no, to get over here, you gotta let go. You gotta throw yourself into the runes.
Yeah. I mean, fundamentally, I think this is a cool idea. And I like the idea that there's this, because it's weird because it says to me to a certain extent that at 16 or 80% plus it matters, and in a certain kind of way per the rules of the game below 80% it kind of doesn't matter, like it's there if you want, but you should use it if you want to get higher. But
isn't it tied into the XP system? Like isn't that kind of what LHS is saying? It's really if you go with the XP system, you essentially are determining how much your level of commitment determines your progression.
Well, right, but okay, but let's say I do something that is air rune pro. I'm pro air rune, but I'm not making a rune check. I'm not making a rune test. I'm just doing air related things. That's not going to mark that box, is it?
It could at the end if you did things that were in line with it.
Okay. Well, then okay, I can buy that.
Yeah, I think the part that, well, look, LHS loves it. I'm kind of here no there, but like the fact that the XP system does tie into the rune system is pretty much like, okay, this is the driver here.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah.
Anyways, blah blah blah. So I think that's cool. I mean, to me, this is I mean, it's kind of like balance, right? From Avatar Legends, where you have these two principles that your characters form. The difference is that in Avatar Legends, when your character gets to one side or the other, the balance track, you lose control of your character, right, temporarily, and the GM is able to sort of take control of your character, and do something. Essentially, you've lost control of your PC, which I enjoy. And apparently, in this game, it's only if you're really dedicated or not dedicated or something like that. I mean, because like similarly, let's say a character was really low in, I don't know, air, and they wanted to go do a very air type action, right? Could the GM say, you have to make an air roll, you failed the air roll, so you can't do that?
If you're trying to, so the air rune is you're trying to siphon the power of, like, you are siphoning the power of the air rune. So you're trying to tap into that speed force. So if you're just being a violent person, you're not necessarily tapping into the air rune. But if you're trying to pull the power of that air rune to I want to be really mad, I want to be air rune mad, right? Like there's that difference in level would be where I would ask for it.
All right. So combat. Many conflicts involve combat. They provide plenty of opportunities for combat. Skirmishes between individuals, groups, full-scale battles. Combat can be brutal and confusing. Woo! Visibility limited by helmets and armor causes lack of loss of mobility and grace. Every moment requires decisions on the flow of combat. Blah, 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 blah. The melee round is an intensely chaotic, organic, and highly situational affair. To keep things organized, all melees are divided into 4 phases. 1. Statement of intent. 2. Movement of unengaged characters. 3. Resolution of melee, missiles, and spells. And everyone's favorite, exciting, pulse-pounding combat phase step, bookkeeping. Although these phases are taken in turn, the action is simultaneous. All right, everybody declares their actions. The intentions do not need to be precise, but should be clear. Consult strike ranks to see who goes first if there's any questions. I'm going to state my statement of intent last every single time. I'm going to make sure everybody else says what they're doing first before I say my own. Is that a thing?
It could be. I mean, again, like there's a certain, like any system, you can optimize what you're doing.
Right. Movement of unengaged characters. Everyone not engaged in melee may move up to their total MOV, which is abbreviated for move. Those moving up to half of their MOV may also participate in melee, cast a spell. For every 3 meters of movement, you add +1 to your strength rank. So you can move, but if you move too much, you can't attack. If you don't move a lot, you can still attack, but your strike rank goes down. Okay? Fundamentally, that makes sense. Resolution of melee, missiles, and spells. Our attacks are resolved in strike order, lowest first. The defender may try to parry or dodge. And that gets to that thing you guys were talking about earlier. Unless otherwise indicated, the effects of damage from missiles, spells, and melees takes place immediately. So it's not simultaneous. Okay. If one opponent disables their foe before the attack, the victim gets no attack at all. Okay. Then don't tell me that this is essentially simultaneous, because it's clearly not. If someone goes first and kills me, I don't get the strike back.
Not only but in the core rulebook, the combat section is the worst written chapter in the entire book, which is wild because it's a very important chapter. But you haven't even gotten to the
to your point, it is simultaneous because if 2 people fire their bows on strike rank 5, they both could kill each other.
Okay,
but if I'm firing my bow on 5 and then you're rushing to attack me, like you're running towards me with your sword and you're swinging it, I could kill you before that swing connects.
But to be clear, my strike rank is higher than yours. Yours is lower than mine because you moved. But then I get to attack you first because of the strike rank, which basically meant that
the strike rank is based on when the strike happens. So if you're moving first,
right,
that still means you're lower.
But the movement happened first, which meant my other character was just sitting there waiting for you.
So what I mean is
you closed in, and then I stabbed with my dagger.
So when you attack is when your final location. Let's just fucking call it initiative. You have the lowest initiative if you attack later. Right.
But what I'm saying though is, if I have a dagger and you have a big hammer, and then you moved, your strike rank is obviously going to be very, very high, meaning you're going to go late. And I have a dagger, but I wasn't in melee with you, which basically means that you run up with your hammer and then you wait. And I'm sitting there waiting for you to come in with me. And
I don't know if you can. Like, is there waiting? I don't know.
No, but I am because I wasn't engaged with you. I can't attack unless you move into me.
Because like, say for you're the dagger person, you don't move and you just say you're attacking.
Right.
There's no one there when you get to your strike rank.
Right.
Your strike rank will be 3 or whatever. The guy who with the hammer is still running towards you.
But he's not, because he's there, because now he is there.
Right, but he hasn't struck yet. It's
but he hasn't
weird.
struck yet.
Yeah.
Now, I might be misinterpreting this, but I mean, I'm just going, for this as well. But moving on, which is why I stand by my modified version of BX's combat phase initiative system is the best initiative system of all time. So it's simultaneous, except if you kill your person first, they don't get to attack at all. If they have the same strike rank, nope. Then we check dex characteristics, and the dex goes first, so it's not even tied. And if they are, if you go at the same strike rank and you have the same dexes, then the strikes are simultaneous and damage is not taken until both attacks are rolled. After all attacks are resolved, players and the game masters record all changes in status, such as magic or rune points spent, damage taken. Now, wait a second. If I'm not tracking how much damage I took until the bookkeeping step, how do I know if I'm dead in the resolution of melee missiles and spells phase so that I know that if I'm disabled before I can make an attack?
Because you don't die instantaneously, no matter except for very few instances. So you can take double the hit points in any location.
I don't take hit points until the end of the round, but I can die in the middle of the round.
You could die in the middle of the round in an exceedingly rare number of overall situations.
Right, because it says if one opponent disables their foe, death or other means, before the other can attack, the victim gets no attack at all. And then bookkeeping says we don't change anything, including damage taken, until the bookkeeping phase, which is very clearly after the resolution of melee missiles and spells phase. So if I take damage, I don't record it until the bookkeeping phase. So how will I know if I'm disabled, death or otherwise, because it says or other means?
Because if you take triple damage to your head, you are incapacitated immediately and you die at the end of bookkeeping.
No.
So it incapacitates you at the moment. So you can see, like, if my arm gets double the damage, I'm in shock. I can no longer act on the rest of that. And then at the end of that, we're calculating the damage. Because also, to answer your point from earlier, your total hit points are affected by each one of you. So it's death by 1,000 cuts. I can take 4 in my arm, 4 in this arm, still be kicking ready to go. But if I have 10, I'm almost dead because I'm beat up.
Sure.
I think one of the crazy things that the quick start rules don't go over, or this is the hit point system. It's wild that it got to combat, and I don't think it went into how hit points work.
Not yet. We have not seen it yet.
That kind of clarifies some things.
But you get what I'm saying here is that it says,
it's like you record. So essentially, you're acknowledging the damage, but you're not recording it yet.
Right.
until bookkeeping.
Okay, so strike rank is based off of who gets to make a successful attack. It is based on size, dex, weapon length, magic points, and modified by movement and surprise. Each attack of whatever type is attempted in strike rank occurs. Lowest is 1, highest is 12. The being, adventurer mantra with the lowest total strike rank always attacks first. An easy way to keep track of strike rank is to use the D12, included in this box set. Did they just really wanted to use the D12 somehow? When using a D12 with the tree, you ever see the Pros D where they're like, you do not roll any dice. You do not roll any dice. You do not roll any dice. And then it's like in the Euro game, and it's like, now take the D. The game is over. Use the D6 and put it to 1 and put it next to the player who won to indicate that they won the game. All right. You were showing something, LHS.
This is the strike rank tracker that comes with the starter set box. So it is, strike rank 1 to 5, has the strike rank modifiers right here, has the missile weapon rate of fire. I bring this out every time I play, and it makes it really super easy.
So let's ask a really important question here.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing what?
Why are we doing this? Like what is this doing to help tell more compelling heroic stories of Bronze Age heroism in the age of myth?
The combat is deadly, so you should be using combat as your last resort. You should be trying to negotiate. You should be trying to talk. All of those things.
Aren't there other ways to make combat deadly other than archaic and bureaucratic combat phases?
I fucking love strike ranks. I think this is the bee's knees, dude. I can't get enough of it. It's so easy and intuitive once you get into the game. It is so nice.
I think that, like, that's because actually you brought up a really good point earlier, which is like earlier versions of D&D just had whatever it was, missiles, melee, magic, or some shit like that. It was very clear. And the question, and then obviously later ones have just pure initiative order, which do not even pretend to be simultaneous because that's ridiculous. And then you have this, which is kind of like in between.
It is in between.
And I think that's the answer, right? If you want something in between old school initiative and the rigid nature, because what you asked the question of what does this enable? This enables the dude's running towards me, but I get him first with my bow. Like, it enables that. And if you want that, well, it does it. So
yeah, and I know we're coming up on 10 o'clock, so I apologize for the tangent. But to be clear, I mean, this is a very complicated game. It is based on BRP, which if we know, we know, and we are talking about some of the things here. But I think we've come to what I think for me is fundamentally the biggest no, which is we've got this. They even give us a sidebar that talks about surviving combat, pointing out how deadly and risky it is. Adventurers can be killed easily, right? And there's a whole list of things here about how to survive. Well said. And obviously, look at the art. They're all badasses with armor and swords fighting monsters and stuff like that. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it here, right? I mean, fights are going to happen. And then we hop over to the character sheet, and we've got what year in the 1600s our grandparents were born. This, to me, is setting up a playgroup for what I'm going to call the worst night of your life, where you detailed the year that your grandparents fucked, and then you get to play, and 2 hours in, someone critically hits your face, and you're dead.
For 3x damage, and you're dead. Yeah.
Oh, look.
Our first session that had combat.
It's the puppy.
Hey.
Colin almost died.
It's the
Like,
puppy.
he got hit in his abdomen for double damage because he didn't come to the session wearing any armor. So he just got one shot, hit in the abdomen, and was bleeding out. If we didn't have somebody on the team that could heal, he would have died. And that was instantaneous, happened like that. And so I agree with you. For a new play group, especially if you tried to, like, I bought the core rule book and the starter set, we're gonna roll up characters with the core rule book. I think that is not the way to go for a non-experienced table with RPGs in general. But I like, yeah, it definitely, that I raged against that for a while until, again, like, the more that I've run the system, the more like, okay, I get this, how it's moving, how it's going, and how to orient it myself. And again, you're more than likely not going to get killed because people don't like murdering people. So if you're fighting an unintelligent being, yes, the death is always on the line in that regard, unless, like, it's going to flee, right? Because it is trying to preserve its life. But in most cases, you're going to get knocked down. They might even heal you because you're worth money. Everybody has a ransom score that your cult or your clan or somebody out there will pay money for you. And so that is, if you're gonna die, that is the expectation, that you're not just going to die.
Well,
like, there are other options that you're supposed to. And again, like, it takes buying in to the world and what it's trying to set up. So if you go in not wanting to do any of that, you're gonna have a pretty bad time.
A question I have is, and that's, you kind of hit on it there, LHS, is how lethal is this? Because the parry system's pretty, like, this game gets all the way down to weapons taking damage, bro.
You have to know it, and you have to know how to use it, right? So if you don't know it and you don't use it, it can be pretty quick and pretty deadly. If you don't know, again,
but if you do know the system, like, for a new player, I agree that you just give them a pre-gen. And I do that for even D&D, like, whatever we're doing, I just give a new player a pre-gen. But say you have an experienced group that it doesn't like pre-gens, which is very common, and they spend 2 hours making a character.
if you get into combat against a competent foe, death is always on the line because
Right, like what
they
percentage
could
you're talking?
hit.
Because death is technically on the line in Pathfinder
No.
2e,
So
and it's like
at any
2%
point,
of the time.
at any point, they could roll and hit your head,
Right.
and be, boosted up, buffed up, and do double, triple damage, and you're gone.
So even like
I also agree with Neutromancer, who, because I've seen this a lot. Also, a lot of these systems say combat must be your last option, and then they throw you into some unavoidable fights because that's what's most realistic. I
can say so far in RuneQuest, all of the combats are optional and have a variety of ways of avoiding every single one.
well, I could say the same for BX or whatever, like the old school D&Ds, right?
What do you mean by that, though?
Yeah, exactly. Like so the no,
But
sorry,
also too,
I'm agreeing with you.
no, okay. But also, I was gonna say in BX D&D, we were playing BX D&D a couple years ago, and Aaron's character died, and he made a new one before the next round combat. Before the next combat round started. So
and that's we were talking about this a long time ago on the Discord.
and then, by the way, he charged in and crit, and everyone was like, "Yeah, your new character's way better than your old character."
but it seems like the progression of TTRPGs was like the more detailed characters have gotten, the less lethal the systems have gotten on purpose. But in this case, it seems to be, again, it's very much my suspicion, and kind of why I thought it was crazy it didn't go over hit points, is that a lot of this is inherited from the 80s, where that hadn't really played out yet. So it is this odd middle ground system where you spend 2 hours making a character.
You keep saying middle ground. I think it's very purposeful. It is reinforcing the fact that like normal people aren't really going to want to fight to the death. Normal people are going to know, like, all right, is it worth dying over this cheese? No, it's really not, right? Like and again, I think everything is purposeful, folding into itself. It is another element putting you in this world and engaging in it in a realistic way. And so I think that having you be a squishier target does play into the system and the feel as a whole. And then that's also on top of, like, again, magic being as prevalent as it is, there is a tons of healing magic to heal you right back up after a battle. Your enemy, once they beat the snot out of you, could heal you up and tie you up and like, all right, we're going to ransom you off to the nearest town or whatever. That's always an option across the board.
Right. It's just really just that 3x multiplier headshot that is
now
always
the
there.
Other side of that too, Derek, that I think you might like is, so you're like, oh, so there's no consequences, whatever. We're just taking you to the nearest temple to resurrect you. The way resurrection works in this is dying is inherently better than living. If you are in the afterlife, you don't want to come back. Living sucks compared to the afterlife. So somebody has to fight your spirit to bring you back. So your spirit could be like, nah, I like not having to worry about being alive anymore. And so, and that, like, I think like Critical Role did it at one point where like the difficulty goes up every time. I think that like is also something that happens. Like, all right, we got you back once, but the next time we do this, it'll be even harder.
To be clear, resurrection never made any sense in D&D because your lawful good character, your neutral good character went to a paradise plane where you were hanging out with all of your deities, and it was like, perfect loveliness, and it's like, oh, why don't you come get resurrected and come back? It's like, nah, I'm good, fam. I'm
exactly.
Good. I'll also say that this at least acknowledges the core truth that every D&D campaign should be, because this game's like, the gods are real, and that's true in every D&D campaign. That's true in Galarian. That's true everywhere. So it should be like this, right? Like they should just be like, yeah, no, that's a real thing. Like everyone should worship a god because they're like literally real.
So, Beowulf, resurrection should not be a spell, it should be a story. If you are dead for longer than 7 days, your soul has gone through the entire pipeline of the afterlife to be judged, to be sent to your final resting place. Thus, the only way to be resurrected is to go on a hero quest and go into the god's realm. So also, it is both.
Resurrection should not be a spell, it should be a story. I mean, that's kind of a blanket statement. That's like saying fireball shouldn't be a spell, it should be a story. No, sometimes it's just a spell. Sometimes you just cast spells.
Yeah, I just like proving Beowulf wrong that RuneQuest is cool, and he would like it.
Well, the fighting the spirit part's cool. That's different to D&D.
It is different. So attacking, we make an attack roll. We roll D100. If we roll less, we hit our opponent. However, our opponent can try to avoid the damage by parrying or dodging or trusting their armor or through magic. See the attack and parry table for results. So we've got a 25-cell comparison chart here. This is, by the way, if you're keeping track at home, this is like the 9th comparison chart that we've had, where we compare the attacker's result versus the defender's parry result. Now, keep in mind, there's also a dodge, which is apparently different than this.
They are. Parry is using your shield or your weapon. Dodging is you getting out of the way.
So let's say that I rolled critical on my attack and the defender rolled special success on their parry. In that case, I roll special damage. The defender's parrying weapon takes 1 hit point damage. If rolled greater, damage is greater than the current hit points. Any excess damage goes to hit locations with no armor protection. Of course it does. Do you find that tracking the damage and hit point values of individual pieces of your character's armor excites you in some way that I may not be aware of?
I think it's super easy in the way that this is not leaping off the page. And yes, it does, because then you're like, okay, because again, think about the play loop that I spoke to.
Yep.
You are constant, like you are not a murder hobo just living out in the wilderness forever. No. You're being funneled back into. So you have everything like, okay, my shield is taking a beating. We can only stay out here for so much longer. We got to get back home. Whatever we're doing, we're going to die if we don't get back.
Let me be clear about something here. I'm totally fine with shields breaking and armor becoming damaged. What I'm not, like, for example, and this is, I mean, I wouldn't play a role-playing game of this. When I read something like this, you know what I think of? Battletech. Think of Mech Warrior. That is where I think my left leg is, taken 4 points of damage. The armor value has been penetrated. They blew up the ammunition that was stored there. Like, that to me feels very appropriate for big walking combat tanks. It's just not the way I understand that hit points are abstract, but that's just not the way I think. Like, you're taking something that's abstract, hit points, but then you're trying to make it like not abstract. Right now, you're like assigning them to individual body parts and armor rating in a way that I just don't think is appropriate. To be clear,
because it's not abstract at that point. There's like, if it goes to 0, you can't use it.
Right, but now
or it gets chopped off.
Wait, is this the first system you've covered on stream that has locational damage?
No, we did Mithras. We did Against Dark Master.
Yeah,
we did
this. Like, what are you talking about? This is common. Like the
right. It's terrible though. It's terrible. It's terrible.
I don't know.
It's like you're saying it's abstract, but then it's not abstract because it actually has a hard meaning and like real world thing.
Very clear, right? There are levels of abstraction, and the more locational you have your damage, the closer to simulationist you're getting. But there are always layers of abstraction. Let's not be crazy here and be dualistic. So this is far less abstract than D&D.
Let me describe for you what this reminds me of. It reminds me of I've never played in any LARPs, but there's LARPs that occur at Gen Con, and so they're not even LARPs. They're like foam weapon fighting, right? And I remember there used to be these events over at the Crown Plaza, and they would, they had all these foam weapons, and they'd do these battles. And the rules were, if you got hit in the chest or the head, well, if you got hit in the head, you were fine. Actually, that was to discourage headshots. They didn't want people to. So if you got hit in the chest, you were dead. If you got hit in the left arm, you had to put your left arm behind you. If you got hit in the right arm, you had to put your right arm behind you. If you got hit in the leg, you had to hop on one leg. And if you got hit with both legs, you had to kneel and you could no longer, maybe you could scooch or something. I don't know. Maybe you just couldn't move.
Might I direct you to page 27 and 28?
A lot of people are like, oh man, this is so simulationist. And I was like, this is the most fucking ridiculous thing I've ever seen, because you've turned every character into the fucking Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where, you've cut off their leg and their arm and they're just like, I got 3 hit points left in this limb. Like, what are we doing? Okay, but you're saying you're redirecting
right,
me.
But the difference here is if my arm gets incapacitated, I go into shock and cannot act until I am healed. There are real, meaningful consequences to like letting my armor drop, not wearing armor, not taking care of like what my bodily hit points are at. And again, I have 12 total hit points. So if I take 3 in multiple spots, I fall. And again, like it is between I'm in shock, my arm is broken, my arm is maimed permanently, my arm is cut off, and that like okay, I can never use a sword and a shield. I can only use a sword. Like that, like that's the level of then it gets into.
This also reminds me of like the Hackmaster 4th edition, which had these critical hit tables. It was famously a D10,000 result, and it would say things like, head. It would say things like head removed, spine severed, 75% chance to be blinded, 50% chance to have spleen damage, 35% to have gout, and it would be like also attack does triple damage, and it was like. And it was being, funny for purposes of that. Like it was making fun of games and systems like this, because it's like, what does hit points matter if the limb is removed? And then if the limb is being removed, why are we using hit points? That's where it's strange to me, because the idea of using hit points to me is like, if you have them, it's fine. If you're out of them, it's dead.
Because this is simulated because the if you look at the damage tables, how it works, the whole point is that you can do partial parries, partial deflects, and your armor can deflect the damage partial. Because it's essentially it is trying to simulate the difference between a graze and a gash and a severed arm. That's kind of.
But isn't that just represented by hit points being a low damage roll, a medium damage roll, and a high damage roll?
Well, yeah. So if you're saying every hit point total should be 3 and numbers should only go up to 3. I'm not entirely against you. I disagree because numbers should go burr. But but you're not entirely wrong. But that's
what it does though, because then you have equal, double, triple. So what you're saying is what it does, just wrapped differently.
No, yeah, but I'm just trying to say, like, for me, like the moment hit point, like I accepted bloodied. Bloodied was fine. 50% hit point, something happened. Even though mechanically nothing actually happened in 4th edition when you became bloodied. It just could trigger different things. But you are at 1 hit point and 20 hit points, you are the same, you're functioning the same, and then boom, you're dead. Right? We don't track whether you got hit points to the arms or the legs or whatever. It's just hit points. Right, hit points is such an abstract concept, and then Colin is blowing my mind because I don't know if he's being a troll or not. He says he's being a troll. Okay, RQ PCs are lizards who can regrow limbs.
They do have spells. There are big, powerful spells that regrow things, aren't there? I'm pretty sure
there are, but they are significant. And again, they have to be you get into a temple within the right time period, and then on top of that, then you'd have to like the big healing spells you'd have to pay and cost it. Like that has real, again, world implications.
Imagine RuneQuest exactly as it is, but you don't have the hit locations. Why is the game less?
I don't think it necessarily is less. I think it's different. I think there is what it is going for is in the frenzy of battle. You're trying your best, but you're not going to get a confirmed hit on any one thing because you're moving and they're moving.
I was like, we got a tip coming in from Dr. Metropolis here.
DR Metropolis tipped $3. Perhaps I misunderstand the premise. How Mythic Age is this system? Heroes would fight mythic battles for ages against God. Am I a heroic figure, full of divine latent power, or Joe Schmo?
So Dr. Metropolis says, is this a Mythic Age system or not? I thought I was supposed to be like a hero who's like battling gods and fighting through epic injuries. Why are we worried about how much damage my foot has taken?
Different scales of play. Different scales of play.
I see. So at epic levels, we don't worry about any of this anymore. Is that what you're saying?
At epic levels, you are becoming avatars of the gods in the gods realm, and then everything is based off of your runes. So it is a very different system of play.
Or do I just have like a lot of hit points in my foot?
No.
Okay.
And again, the melee is going back and forth like that. However, you can call your shot and always go last on Strike Rank 12. So you lose some of that representation of the scrum of battle, things of that nature. But I don't think it makes it less. I think it just makes it different. And you could play that way. But I think having, and then I think somebody, Dr. Stevie, had a point where like he was playing RuneQuest 2, his leg got cut off, he had a peg leg, so then he was a mounted combat specialist after that. That's cool. That's what you lose right there. And I think that is fundamentally what RuneQuest is trying to tell stories.
Well,
that are about your
push
character
back
development.
on and to say Derek's point in a different way, there are some systems that you just have hit points, but the critical tables tell you what happens to your character, right?
Right.
So it's essentially you don't bother with locational tracking. You just have this separate table set or a separate rule set that determines what.
Yeah,
kind of
I think my favorite system. It's not necessarily my favorite system, but my favorite system, the way that it does this, is Forbidden Lands, Year Zero engine, and the way that works is it's hit points. You know, you don't have a lot of them. You only have like 4 or 5 or 6 of them or something like that. But if it gets reduced to 0, you roll on a table to see what happened to your character. Like you know, if you take 3 damage, nothing. It's just damage, whatever. You can heal it up. You can go to sleep and you wake up and you're at full hit points or whatever. But if you go to 0, you roll on the table, and the table you could potentially roll that your character was killed, or you could roll that your character was maimed, or you could roll that your character was scarred, or you could roll that your character lost a limb. But that consequence does not come until this abstract concept of hit points becomes 0. At that point, the damage becomes real, and we figure out what actually happened to you. That for me is the Goldilocks middle ground.
Yeah, it skips all the bookkeeping essentially.
It skips phase 4 bookkeeping. Yeah.
Yeah. This goes back to what my point was, which is I feel like a lot of this is a holdover from wanting, like you mentioned before, compatibility with 2E or whatever, right? I feel like they skipped all those like modernization steps, and because this feels, when I read this, it felt very much like this is like an old school simmy-ass game. Because like it cares about, especially when I read the fact that weapons take damage, like that was breaking my mind. It was just like, why do I care about the damage of a weapon? Like I don't want to care about the damage of a weapon, but the game wants me to care about the damage of a weapon, right? So it's like it goes all the way down to your weapon takes X damage, then your arm takes Y damage, and your arm's HP. Like it's what it's going for, and it goes back to at the very top. We were like, if you're playing RuneQuest, you're here for RuneQuest. You're not here for like fantasy role play, Warhammer 40K role play equivalent, or like D&D. You're playing RuneQuest. If you're here for RuneQuest, you're here for locational damage, the difference between a 1 damage from a dagger to like a taking off your arm. Like you want all of that. And you kind of have to be on board. Otherwise, like I look at this and go, this is just like way too much detail. Like I don't need this, but yeah.
So the starter set now goes into kind of walks through one of the example characters. So now that we have a good idea of like the base, now we didn't cover magic, but you know we kind of have a base idea. So we're gonna take a look here at Vasana, Farnan's daughter. Oh, sorry, her name's Vasana. She is Farnan's daughter. So she's a heavy cavalry woman. I assume that means that she's heavy cavalry, not a big girl, of Ernaladori clan of the Kolmiar tribe. Okay, so she's got no water, no fire, no earth. Or sorry, no fire, no darkness, no water. 20 earth, 90 air, and 50 moon. And then she's torn between man and beast. She's more death than fertility. She's more truth than illusion. She's more movement than stasis. And again, so these are her rune affinities and her power affinities. So she could use these to not only affect her personality, but potentially to augment some of her skills. Is that the way that we should be reading this as well, right, LHS?
Yep.
Okay. And potentially, now she doesn't have it. She doesn't have any that are at 80. But if for whatever reason the GM felt compelled or the player felt compelled to, she's like, oh, I can't choose. Would I save their life or would I spare them? You know, would I kill them or would I spare their life? You might roll a death versus fertility check to see what happened, right? Okay. Then we've got her actual sheet itself. So we've got her statistics. She's got a high charisma. Sometimes we may make statistics rolls, which would be normally ×5, but could be anywhere from ×1 to ×10. That is not written down anywhere on our sheet. So what's 19 × 5? Quick, it's 90. Nope, I got it wrong. It's 45. Nope, it's 95. So, okay. 20 is 100. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Then we have our weapons. So this is the percent damage, or this is the percent of hitting. The damage is apparently based off of the weapon, but we also get a damage bonus, I guess, because of our strength. And now SR makes sense. We now know that this is the strike rank. And points is what? How many hit points it has? Got it. Now, the hit locations is random and uses a D20. The AP is the armor value that we have there.
Armor points.
Armor points, got it. And then the HP is how many hit points that thing has. It's interesting that our head has as many hit points as our legs. That just doesn't seem right, doesn't it?
It's weird.
Oh.
It's purposely weird, I think, but yeah.
I feel like my arm could take a lot more damage than my head, but I digress. Hit points, total hit points is 12. Move is 8, which is 8 mauve, which is 24 meters. Ayo, we got it right. Our base strike rank is 5, based off of our size and dex. We have 3 rune points, which we did not get into, or magic. We didn't get into that. And we heal 2 hit points per week. And look at this. We got a nice little diagram here. Is there a way to track this on the sheet?
Track what?
Your hit points to your head.
Yeah, I mean, it's got if you look at the really ugly sheet, it's got what the hit point is. If I remember correctly.
Oh, I guess I see what you're saying. You're talking about on the quick start.
No,
sheet.
but even on the like here on the actual sheet, like we can record our armor points and our hit points, but that's the maximum, right? Like where do we actually record the damage?
You go down from your maximum, I guess.
Oh, okay. But then when I heal up, do I have to like recalculate my maximum or something? I'm just like, I didn't know if like hit points were something you just compare it to it and never actually goes down, but no, it actually goes down, right?
Yeah.
It's just weird that there's not like a max there, you know?
Yeah,
like,
especially in like this quick start sheet, you can just easily, with the amount of space around that picture, you could have a section for current.
right. Yeah. Current. That's what I'm saying. Current armor points, current hit points.
Yeah. Agreed.
And then we know that you talked about her ransom score is on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Okay. And then here are our skills. Now, communication, we never did see that in the thing that defined what communication was, but we're getting plus 10% to our communication skills because of some combination of our abilities, right? Mm-hmm. Like presumably communication is like, I don't know, int plus charisma maybe, or power plus charisma or something. I'm not quite sure, but we never did see that in the rules. But and then here are our passions. And we've got devotion, hate, love, loyalty to a variety of different tribes, honor, etc. I do like that these you can just add these throughout the game. I think that is cool. Like, and I like what you were saying too. Like, you're like, well, like the GM can't make you have one, but you're like, but look, if you're going to make this oath, you're going to have to add this loyalty to so and so. I thought that was a nice touch. It's again a lot of things that you're saying. I'm like, oh, the game should just do that because that actually seems compelling and interesting. And some of these, of course, are things that we specialized in, but a lot of these are just base skills, right? Because this is a lot of skills here. It's funny that manipulation is broadsword. When I hear manipulation, I think like social engineering,
right?
Not that. And then we have a bison. Bad at 36 strength. My God. Wow. So if the bison hits somebody, it's just dead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 2d10 plus 3d6 is like a lot more than most people's hit points. Like 21 damage. Sick. I mean, at least respect. I mean, if a fucking bison headbutts you, you're not getting back up. And we can also trample people. Interesting. And man, this thing's got a ton of hit points. Holy shit. So why isn't everybody just a bison rider?
Cultural. And you could specialize. Like you could want to learn and go down that path. Like that is open to you at once you start play if you didn't start as somebody who came from a tribe that does that.
And we have bronze disc plate cuirass, bronze greaves and vambraces, a studded leather skirt, and a closed helm. We also carry 20 lunars in coin. Okay. We also have a 10 magic point storage crystal, a bronze image of Orlanth that adds plus 10% to our worship Orlanth. And then to kind of compare this is Yanioth Verina's daughter. This person is an apprentice priestess of Ermalda.
She is the sister.
Got it. So she's got a high earth. She's pro fertility. And kind of evenly split between everything else. Oh, she's much more bestial than man. She's more machine than man. Different ability scores here. Not much of a combatant. She does not have a bison, but she can summon an earth elemental. That's pretty sick. Is that just something that she can do?
It's through your cult.
Got
being
it.
A rune priest.
Got it. And then the skills. And then she does have like a magic section here. I don't think our
the other one had one too.
Oh, she did. Okay, so she has common rune magic. Okay, so an adventurer gains access to all common rune spells known by their cult. So your whatever kind of culture or whatever
your
god,
cult is your god. Yeah.
right, whatever god you're worshiping. That gives you some base level abilities that cost a certain number of your magic points with a nice little page reference. And then she specifically has fearless, lightning, and shield. I do like that in a magical mythological world that everybody's kind of a spellcaster. I actually do like
So the thing with rune points too is you have to sacrifice power permanently to get them. That's why power has an experience check, so you can keep growing it.
Got it.
So the first one you sacrifice when you join the cult, you get 3 rune points. Everyone after that, you have to sacrifice 1 POW per point you go up. And they only replenish on a holy day. So somebody like Orlanth, who's the chief deity, he's the wind god. Every wind day, every week, you can his holy day. So then there's also the healer has every free day, which is also every week. Right. So if you are a guy who only cares about fighting, so like following the god that only cares about fighting, it would make sense that he wants you to go out and fight as much as possible. Right. So you're getting your powers more consistently. But you could choose a guy who only wants per season for everybody else. Now, and that's where associated cults come in. So Orlanth has his, associated gods. That if you're one of them, every Wednesday, you too can try to gain them, but you gain less back.
Now, there's a different magic system for spirit magic.
There's
that right?
3 magic systems. Spirit magic is like for all the material world. I am sharpening my blade to do more damage, to make it a better blade. I am interacting on the material plane with the spirits around me. Rune magic is I am accessing the god plane, channeling the gods. There's also sorcery, which is a combination of the two, and is you are fundamentally rejecting the shape of the world to mold the runes into using them as component parts to build spells, and that's a lot more involved. And there's a whole system of building spells through sorcery.
It's an interesting point of and kind of like you brought it up before with why wouldn't everyone just be a ox rider or a bison rider? One of the things my perspectives on the system when I read through it the first time and I got it stronger the second time was why. The especially because the base system is rolled for ancestry, which gives you a lot of final end points. I couldn't tell why I was doing anything. And it's like, why would I be a sorcerer versus a spirit mage versus a rune mage? And you'd think I'd have the same question in D&D, but I don't. And the difference there is in D&D, there's a familiarity with the point of the game from the start. When you come to D&D, I'm playing a big dumb hero game. I want to be the big dumb hero that summons skeletons. With RuneQuest, I don't, because of the lack of a touchstone, maybe because of the way the system's written, I can't tell. But something about the system makes me just go, why do I want to be a ox rider versus an axe man? And what am I aiming for? What is the point of any of this? Why? Because it's not a big dumb hero game. It's more of you are a person in this world story. I don't want to call it a story game, but you know what I mean. It's a narrative focused.
I think it's narrow sim. I think is the way that I've been kind of, because I see all the simulation-y bits, but the way that I run it, I feel like it's sim light in the way that I run it. It's a weird cross section between the two.
Yeah, it is.
And
it is definitely not a sim light game by any stretch of the imagination.
But simmy.
Yeah. But I mean, it's definitely pro sim, Yeah. So we're past 10 o'clock here, so we're gonna wrap up. But so I definitely see all the the influences, and again, I mean, I'm not as familiar with the hereditariness of it, so I can see the the Pendragon elements, obviously Greg Stafford, and obviously the BRP base and system of that. I think what it really comes down to is, for me, it's a juice and squeeze thing. Even if it's really good juice, it's a lot of squeezing, and I hate squeezing. For me, it's if something's not immediately and incredibly intuitive, I tend to bounce off of it. And I guess the other part of it is the juice that you get is uh, weird mythology flavored. So you have to want that juice, specifically.
I think it's a lot less squeezing than it portrays itself to be. I 100% agree. I have a lot of problems with how the book is written, presented itself. Like, one of the problems I have with the character creation is it tells you all of these events, these people, and then doesn't say fuck all about any of it. Like, it doesn't give you a touch point. However, I have the source book that they also sell that does have, here's important people, here's a blurb about them. So again, like, from a GM perspective, I have all that to provide and give you that context. But as a player that I'm rolling it up, I don't have it gives me a lot of information about my homelands, things like that. But then it's telling me all this other stuff that then it doesn't give it to me. And I think like that is a problem with it. I do think how it presents itself. Once you get into it, and again, you have to want the type of game that it's seeking to create. But even that is not really defined. We could play Harvest Moon in RuneQuest, or we could play a Call of Cthulhu investigative game.
Yes,
or we could play a battle simulator.
And remember how I said before, like, what is this game about? Like, what is it trying to? Because here's the interesting thing. Like, obviously, I've run a lot of games. I've literally run, like, I ran Shadow Dark. Not saying that Shadow Dark's anything like super complicated. And I was like, all right, you all have read Shadow Dark. I didn't, so let's run Shadow Dark. And everyone was like, that was great, Shadow Dark. So like, I don't know that I, as a GM, even after reading that, could sit down and go, I'm going to run a RuneQuest game. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Have you watched any Bollywood movies?
Well, are you asking me or Vin?
Have you ever seen RRR?
Oh, dude, I love that movie.
That's RuneQuest.
Yeah, right.
Have you
that's
seen
what I mean.
Bolly?
And
that's RuneQuest.
So RuneQuest is very much this is a palette. Okay. When I go to D&D, it gives me a book. When I go to RuneQuest, it gives me a blank paper and a bunch of paint, and goes, figure it out. You can do whatever you want, and that is a very different.
Well, and that's why I have a concern, because if you don't know what your game is going to be about, if you don't know if your game is going to be Harvest Moon or what I'm assuming to be is some crazy over the top Bollywood action adventure film, which is what I'm assuming you're referencing.
A dude throws a tiger at another dude.
Okay, I've seen the one where the people take the palm trees and they launch themselves into the city.
Bahubali. Yep.
Okay, I've seen.
Bahubali is like a 1-to-1. That's RuneQuest.
Okay, so if you're telling me that a game is that and Harvest Moon, I go, you can't build a system that does that. And if you do build a system that does both of those, it's doing both of those things in an inferior level. That's like my gut reaction, right? Like I think that, trying to take a game like Torchbearer, spoiler alert, does Harvest Moon very badly, like, and that system is designed for the play pattern of a dungeon crawler.
I think so. The way my ideal campaign that I want to run with RuneQuest is you get dropped in and you are a fledgling clan. And you are starting your own village, and you are essentially doing troop play, where we're going to roll up some chieftains, we're going to roll up some mid-level dudes, and we're going to roll some low-level dudes, and we're going to play out the evolution and growth of this village. And from a micro level, that could be just like, hey, we need you to go out and get the cows from this thing and protect it from the wolves. It could be that. It could also be diplomatic missions to the heart of the capital to secure.
So I have a question for you. So, all right, does RuneQuest have systems for example, how much lumber you need to build a building?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, okay, that's freaking crazy.
There's a supplement book called Weapons and Equipment.
There's 75 books, Vin. Yes, there's a rule.
That's the thing. So it kind of answers your question right there, because like your hypothesis was the wider the system is, the shallower it must be.
Yes.
But he's saying, no, bro. There's
they
so
just
many
made,
books.
They just made a book. Yes. Okay. That's fair. That's actually totally legit. Actually, that's totally legit. Yeah.
Right.
They're like, we got around that by just digging a lot of swimming pools. Right.
Yeah,
You're
and that's kind of awesome.
I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I mean, like, if you go,
if there's a lumber cost book,
page 101 of Weapons and Equipment.
Oh,
acquiring land of the standard occupations. Only the noble begins play with owning land. During play, you can receive land from stewards. Standard land grants. You get a single hide of land, few hides of land, several hides. Quality of land: bleak, sparse, average, abundant, lush. Reputation from the land grants. Building a home,
That's wild.
dwelling's capacity. A shelter has a capacity of 2, takes 1 week to build, requires 1 lunar of material cost. Maintenance for it is free. A palace has 20 occupants, takes 1 year per 500 W, and I don't know what that is short form for. Price right? is 500 lunar plus something, and then maintenance is 1,000 lunars. So that's all. Like, yeah, it gives you all of that, and that's why, like, I think, like, I would, if I had all the time, I would love to run Kingmaker in RuneQuest.
Right.
I think that would be super dope and fit into what it's doing and wants to do.
That's a crazy answer to your question. I kind of dig that answer.
I don't hate it either. I mean, I could certainly say it's not for me, but I can also
I think I could run both of you a game of RuneQuest that you would absolutely fawn over.
And that's the difference, I guess. If you do have a system like this, which is because I'm used to a system that's about a thing and it just does that thing, right? You're saying this is more of a, and someone said in the chat, is a resolution mechanic plus lore. And just lets you do the freaking rest. And
but it does care. It cares about so many things.
But that's the thing. Yeah,
it's not what you care about.
But see, it's not a lore plus resolution system because the resolution system is so innately tied to these concepts of runes. Right. Like you know, to your point. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with this, but if you strip the runes out, you've stripped the soul of the game out, and now you've got Mithras, right? Which, to be fair, I didn't like Mithras either because it just felt like a kind of like generic
soulless.
Well, no, but for this, well, no, and but my critique of this is the same thing, which is this is only good for running a game in Glorantha.
Oh, definitely.
You know,
sure,
well,
yeah, absolutely.
Role playing in Glorantha, bro.
I mean like, yeah, it's not even it's not equivocating about it at all.
It's the whole idea of this edition of role playing in Glorantha was a love letter. Because this is the first time in over a decade that RuneQuest was set in Glorantha.
So when RuneQuest wasn't set in Glorantha, where was it set?
Earth with no runes.
So it was called EarthQuest? Because again, without going into the details of it, and I don't know if this is true. You know, if someone asked me, well, what is RuneQuest about? I would say it's a role-playing game about your connection to these mythological powers known as runes. That's how I would describe the game.
Yes, but I think it's about community. It is about your place in the world. And that can be a number of things because your ultimate goal doesn't necessarily have to be climbing the ranks within being in a cult. Because shamanism is a whole other thing that kind of like is adjacent to it and focuses on like the spirit magic side. There are other avenues that you can go down that are connective tissue. You can again, like the second adventure in the starter set is a investigation. It is an arson investigation. Like there, you have to go do the search. You have to put clues together. You have to go talk to people, and then like you're putting all that together. And it does that just as well as it did. The next one that we're doing right now is a dungeon. We're going into a dungeon, diving and clearing it. And it does both of those things, not just competently, but well.
I mean, I'll see it when I'll believe it when I see it. Like
anytime.
No, trust me. If I'm going into a dungeon, it is not going to be with RuneQuest, or any BRP system for that matter.
I think it's an interesting point that we could never have gotten to that in a quick look, right? There is no way we would even remotely. No, without asking this question, I would have walked away with this. We're going, okay, it's just like I would call it almost directionless. You could just say sandbox. It's a sandbox. RuneQuest is a sandbox and it has an interesting magic system. That's how I describe it. Right. But
it's a self-congratulatory, self-masturbatory celebration of their communal IP that they've built over 50 years. Which is like, I mean, that's what Galarian is to me, by the way. It's a self-reinforced circle jerk of just a bunch of people convincing each other.
But it doesn't care about any of it. Like that's the problem with Galarian.
The system does not. You are completely correct. And very clearly this system does. So, I mean, to the point where like, your cult is a part of your character sheet. It's part of your build. You know what I mean? Like that is, and it really defines part of who you are in the runes. So big points there, for sure.
Again,
It
like,
might
at
be one of the
end
most
day,
impressive sandboxes we've seen. Like it might be, yeah.
I mean,
I think at the end of the day,
if you like that sandbox,
you have to be down for Glorantha because role playing in Glorantha is unabashedly itself and what it wants to do. Now you can do a lot. To my at the very beginning of this, I was like, I think when you look at all of this, it seems so daunting, so overwhelming because it can be direct response. But then once you get into it, you're like, oh, this is related to this, and I can do this, and like you start to see essentially the Matrix. You see the code, and you're like, this is how it all fits together, and this is how I can interact with it. And again, like my perfect one is enabling troop play, and you are what temples are in this cult because how do you want to build that? How are you engaging with everybody around you? And at the end of the day, it is a character driven system that is just what is your arc that could be so many different things, but you have to come with that to at least have an idea of where to start, which I think is very different from most systems.
So I will say this, you called it a narrow sim, but I actually didn't really see any narrative mechanics, right? Because to me, a narrative mechanic is one that enforces what we will call a traditional story beat, right? The heroes win, and after struggling against a thing, and right, it's designed and structured in such a way to like present these story moments. Because even the what some people might think of as the narrative elements, the character elements, are really actually simulationist, right? Because the air rune is a real physical thing, right? It has real tangibility here, and so I think that this is actually very heavily simulationist. That doesn't just necessarily mean like simulating how far a hammer drops. It means simulating the characters. It means simulating their connection to the world, right? It means simulating the whole, shebang. For me, a game like this would never be appealing because I like games to be games, and there's very low gaming in here. There's I'm sure there's an element of gamist because of course it's a role-playing game, but fundamentally I like games that can be beat in a certain sense, and there's like not a way to beat this game.
There absolutely is a way to beat this game.
But only if, sorry, I'm going to correct you, even though you're the expert. There is a way to beat a campaign of this game.
Yeah.
But the game itself doesn't care what you do.
Correct.
So the way they,
we got a tip coming in from Dr. Metropolis. Thank you, Dr. Metropolis.
DR Metropolis tip $3. The system is trying to sell two things: the mechanics and the lore. If you don't buy into both completely, it's not for you. I love LHS passion though, and see how it appeals to him.
So Dr. Metropolis loves LHS passions, but he said that it seems to him that the game is two things, right? It's the mechanics and the lore, and you basically have to be bought into both in order to buy into this game.
Absolutely.
And I do think that is definitely a careful takeaway. I'll also, side tangent, I want to say that before we get back to you, LHS, Beowulf, you're crazy. Like, how can you hate ducks? And then he goes off in this rant and says, I'm going to say it again. If you replace everybody with lizard folk and then the bisons get replaced with dinosaurs, then he's sold on the system. But ducks, that's just wild talk.
So I think you can beat whatever your current intention is. So if your intention is to be the best fighter that's ever fightered and murder everything, you can absolutely beat it. And at the end of the day, too, you can beat it in multiple ways. You can play through the game as the fighter and be like, I have achieved the pinnacle of fighterness. I am now going, because like you could be an initiate of multiple cults. You're not limited to one.
Oh shit, bro! You should see my multi-cult build. First, I splashed a little bit of Eridani so I could pick up Sorcerer's Blast or Eldritch Blast, and then I get some additional RP from this cult, and then I'm gonna cross multiply that. Then I can use my rune points from this to maximize my spirit points, and then I got this sick healer build, bro.
Yes.
But why? Oh, it doesn't really matter. I'm just playing Harvest Moon. You know?
Right? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I'm playing Harvest Moon. Nutrition says take one level dip of duck people. Side tangent. Alia said, we were talking about earlier about Torchbearer Valley. It says, your parsnips are ready to harvest, but your party only has 2 checks, so you can only harvest 2 of them. But now you can't refill your watering can. Side tangent. Maybe this should be us, but it shouldn't be us because I hate these games. But like I don't know why there isn't a role-playing game. And I mean like a real role-playing game, not like some, like wannabe role-playing game, like a real role-playing game that is basically Stardew Valley, where it is a game where it's just like, hey, you and your people go around and you plant stuff and grow stuff, but not like as like a side tangent. Like no, that is what the game.
Has to be an indie game already like that.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. But there probably is an indie game that's like that. But it's like an indie game. It's going to have all the indie game tropes. I mean, like a game that's like Pathfinder 2 or like 5e. But for that
a crunchy,
a crunchy, but not like this level of crunch, right? Like the 5e. Right. I mean, Pathfinder 2 is crunchy
like a
too.
4 to 5 on the scale instead of
like a 4 to 5 instead of like a 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever this is, you know. And then I'm sure there's indie games. I'm sure, but I'm sure they're like 3 pages long, you know, and it's just like all about feelings and stuff like no. I'm talking about now. You say Ryutama was so close to being that, yeah, but Ryutama also got like sidetracked by its like, and we're going on a journey of adventure of our souls, and we're going to explore the great dragon, and we're going to see. Like, no, I'm saying like, you know, yeah, Well, no, Dr. Metropolis, but the thing about Stardew Valley is it's not mechanically deep. It doesn't look like that way to you, but it is behind the scenes, you know?
Yeah, because once you figure out like it's because they're like an L5R level of different passions that drive you, and you're trying to convince some girl to take your flowers.
Correct.
And you're rolling your approach.
Yeah. Because I mean, Stardew Valley is about like making friends and like making, and then like, you know, there's the mines if you want to go like fight and have like a combat. You know, you can have that. You know, but it's, you know, Beowulf saying manage your harvest, but see then you say fight off of wolves to protect your flock. See, you're making it too conflict based, Beowulf. That's the problem. That's what I'm
It's not about that.
It's not about conflict.
Friendships.
Yes, it's about friendships and growing stuff. Beowulf, I agree with you, right? You naturally pivot to how do we conflict? Oh, you love something? Let me see how well you'll fight for it. I want to tear it down. The storm is coming. The wolves are coming. Bandits are coming. Before you know it, you've turned your fucking Stardew Valley game into Game of Thrones, right? And you know, people are laying raped and murdered all over the land. No. I'm saying it's a game where it's just like, my birthday's coming up and I don't know what to get so-and-so for a birthday present. Exactly. And you're like, right, that's like,
I have $6. Terms cost $5, but this ring costs $6.
And then
I need to pick between the turnip and the ring.
You can play that game in RuneQuest. What part of that do you want me to break down immediately
Greg
for you?
Stafford is turning over in his grave because the idea that you're going to use his Bronze Age heroism game to play.
No, that's what he wanted. That's what he wanted. That is what RuneQuest and Glorantha is about. And any piece of that you want broken down, I can break down what mechanic is in here that enables it to do that. And I will die on that hill that like the what you're able to do in RuneQuest is like, if I was going to play one game the rest of my life, it'd be RuneQuest, because I could do almost anything in the world that I want to do.
That is the most impressive thing about it.
So then why don't you just play this?
Because I found this first.
Is that the real answer?
Probably. Like,
I love that answer because you're probably 100%.
Oh, you're probably 100% right. Because
like,
honestly, this
exactly
is
that.
GURPS is exactly that. Yes.
There's an alternate reality version where I'm having the same conversation about L5R.
Right.
There's like,
you know what? I do have to respect something though to LHS, because according to you, right, you started with 3.5. PF1. Did you play PF1 at all? So 3.5. You skipped 4E. You were out the game, right? Because you were playing 3.5. You said in the military.
Yeah.
And then you didn't play anything for a number of years or whatever.
So I was in the military like 2010 to 2014. So okay. I like the group that I was playing was like 4th edition sucks.
Got it, right. So everybody got it. Like everybody but me, right? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And then you were all in on 5E.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you
OGL, I went to play Pathfinder for 6 months, and then they did the remaster, and I was like, I'm gonna let this all settle down. The other game I was looking at, because I was like really into Bob World Builder, was DCC. And then from out of nowhere, RuneQuest and Glorantha hit me like a truck. And
because in a world where they don't market, and the only marketing that Call of Cthulhu and RuneQuest do is, hey, old guy that's 50, remember us? Like, that's their advertising, right? So I'm just curious, how did you even come across this game?
When I was I love storytelling, story building, like world building, all that stuff. So I was really just looking for settings to steal stuff from and like ideas from.
Oh, you found the setting first.
Yeah, I found Glorantha first. I was like, RuneQuest and Glorantha. And I was like, okay, let me go take a look at that. And then it really wasn't until Glass Cannon did their 3-shot that I found that like I got to see it in motion. It wasn't just me reading about it, because I from a distance, like, the fucker strike rank, because like my little 5e brain was just like, what is going, like, this is too much, the world's cool, I'll never get into that. And then I saw it played and I was like, I could do that, that's really cool, I like that a lot. And That's what, like, actually seeing it in motion in play was critical for me to actually get over the hump.
Fair enough. So how did you end up with Knight's Last Call then?
OGL. I jumped over. I saw you on Roll for Combat.
Oh,
and like was like, this Derek guy sucks dick. He's so argumentative. And I was like, I gotta have more. I was like, let me go see what this is all about. And then I think it was your Fabula Ultima one that really was like, like, because like I was the type of person that was like very primed to like see what the breadth and width of the community was, because I was stealing stuff from my 5e game to make it more fun and interesting to me. I was like, I'm introducing flashbacks into my game from like Blades. I had no idea what Blades in the Dark was, but I saw that was a cool thing, like what people liked about other systems. And then like that's where I saw you covering other things in other games. I was like, okay, let me check this out. And then that's what.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, because that's actually one of the things I actually like about 5e. And I've said this before, right? About one of the things I like about 5e is I don't respect it at all. Okay. Right. And it's like the difference. And I've used this expression before, but in my time, and sometimes I've been a bit of a man slut, but like, it's a difference between like, hey, this is someone I'm like in a deeply committed relationship versus this is someone I'm just like, hooking up with and friends with benefits, right? Like, I don't care about that relationship. It doesn't have as much meaning to me. So I can experiment and have a little bit more fun with it.
It's like my friend races cars, right? He races Honda Civics. So he bought this beat up old 2003 Honda Civic.
Right.
That's 5e, right?
Yeah, right.
You will drive it every weekend and have a blast.
Right.
But exactly. You don't care.
But you don't care. If you needed to take that thing into the inside corner and smash up against the wall to pass, you're going to do it. Right.
Yeah.
So the thing about these things is that what were we saying about 5e is that one of the things I like about it is because the system is so janky and it's just so like robust.
Doesn't care about anything.
It's like the AK-47 of RPG. You can throw dirt into the breach, and you can just shove it into a mud pit, pull it out. It's gonna just keep working, and you're like, but it's not gonna work well. It never worked well, so it's totally fine. Like it's literally working the same. So you could take all these crazy things, and just jam it in there. Flashbacks, fuck yeah, jam it in there. That'll totally. Whereas if I were to take something like flashbacks and add it to Torchbearer, right, that would fuck up Torchbearer, right? Torchbearer is not an AK. It is a precisely tuned watch. If you drop it too much, it's going to break. It's not going to work anymore. Which
I think is why like RuneQuest does resonate so well with somebody like me, because I don't believe in sacred cows for anything.
Yeah,
BRP, like it is meant to be messed with. It is like I act like I have my basic role-playing universal game engine ordered. It's lost somewhere in the postal system, but I'm actively wanting to get exposure to the other BRP systems to steal, because that's how this game was even built, right? Like looking at Nephilim, like that game with its, I think it's the Cause. That is exactly how runes now work, is because they did this cool thing over here. And they're like, oh, hey, we could do that over here. So that's where I can do anything I want in this framework because I love the world. And then it's just, okay, fine tuning it to be my perfect BRP representation.
Have you covered Hardmaster, Derek?
No.
Right. I'm just curious, like, because this feels, Hardmaster feels like, from my external perspective, like a medieval version of this. With different rules.
So in all honesty, and obviously, I was fine to do this because LHS was here to provide context, and it was really more about the passion and the discussion.
Right.
Is the thing with First Looks is tough is because these are very complex and deep games, and it's a little unfair to them for me to only look, so deep and make even a cursory approximation of the game. Obviously it's always sort of biased, but like when we're talking about a game that's like 50 pages long and the mechanics can be, roughly, summarized on a page or two versus 450 page core rule book plus a bunch of other stuff. Plus this, we really need to understand this character sheet. You really need to understand the Great Dynasty Wars of 1251. If you don't understand the Great Dynasty of 1251, you're not really going to understand this character sheet. It's like, that's tough to get, in a first look, and so I agree with that. Also, Jonas apparently joined after RFC because I was the best guest. It's funny because there's literally a handful of people, certainly one person, but there's literally a handful of people, like when I'm on, like they'll be like, oh, the criminal liar is here. I'm so disappointed. I guess I'll have to catch the next one. Shame on you for having Derek on. And then they leave because so many people hate me. And so it's really funny to me when people are like, "Oh, I saw Derek on RFC and on our Patreon." Also, I see you, Nutrimancer, with a Forged in the Dark farming game called Blades in the Grass, which is pretty good.
Write that down.
But see, that's the mistake. The mistake is thinking, "Oh, I want to do a farming. We'll make it Blades in the Darkish." No, you want to be
from scratch.
You want to be sim hard, right? These people want to know, like, it's not like, oh, let's just abstract the turnip soup. No, it requires this.
I want humidity charts.
Yeah. I need two, it requires 2 rutabagas. Okay. Or 2 turnips. Okay. I have 2 turnips, but what quality level of the turnips? And you're like, what do you mean? What
that
quality?
Affects the role.
That affects how good the soup is. And then you're trying to give this to Gregory, and you want him to invite you to his birthday party.
You got serious Gregory is about his soup,
right? Gregory is a soup connoisseur, and you would know that more if you followed his blog, right? But you don't follow his blog, so how can you know? But I'm saying that game would do incredibly well.
You're making me want this game, and I hate you for it. Like, it sounds fun. At least it's going for something,
right? Because, and by the way, again, I'm not even kidding you. Like, the way that people respond to 5e, and even Pathfinder 2, I really do think this. They want to be involved, but they don't like what they're getting involved into, right? Like, I'd rather someone's like, "Oh, I'm all in on this greenhouse build." All right. Like, my character is a farmer, but I'm spec'd to really take advantage of the greenhouse and like a hydroponic setup. And like, that's what they want to put their, points into, combat. They would rather just completely avoid that. Right. They really want to focus in on, and they want to get crunchy with it, and they want to get into it. And there's no option for them. And so what instead you get 5e, but baristas. And you're like, okay, I respect, like, my problem isn't that you want to be a barista. Okay. I think Coffee Shop, the RPG, could be amazing. What I think is terrible is using D&D 5e or any game to use that, right? You need a system that can support that. Anyways, good stuff. Derek is super knowledgeable and passionate, so when he says something you disagree with, it can make your own point of view seem inferior. Well, I think the actual answer is most people are number one, they may make the classic mistake, which is putting, me or any of these people on YouTube on any sort of pedestal. Again, like I said, I've met a lot of these people, including myself. I've met a lot of these people, including me. You shouldn't listen to me. Like, none of us know anything, right? Number two is there's a belief that if I don't like something you like, then I must not like you. And that's just like completely not true.
Or you're dumb for liking it, which is
right. Or that I think negatively of you because you like something or you enjoy a game. And unless the thing that you like is like fascism or racism, I'm pretty much don't really care. I don't really think it speaks much of you as a thing. I don't enjoy football. Does that mean I think people who like football are stupid? No.
People get so geeky about football. It is wild. Like, the stats people. Crazy.
Football people that are into football, especially fantasy football stuff, but they make D&D nerds look like jocks. Like, they are just
straight up.
They're just like, oh well, they drafted him out of the NYU in 2016. His senior year, he went 655 yards rushing, 315 yards passing, and it's like, and that was just his senior year. His first year in the NFL, he played that game. It was a game 5 against so and so in the third quarter when blah blah blah. I'm like, what do you even remember?
Meanwhile, like, we're, I don't know, like, rolling.
Right. +2. The modifiers are too much. I like lattes in the dark. I like legends and lattes. That's a pretty good one. Anyways, so short story is, if you want to play RuneQuest, role-playing in Glorantha, join Knights of Last Call and hit up Lord High Summoner and say, hey, I want to be in your next starter set game.
I have actively a call for our community game for Saturday evenings that is looking for some players if anybody wants to jump in on it.
See, look at that. Come join us, or maybe you're already in the Patreon. And maybe give it a chance. Maybe this is the kind of, that kind of that sort of sim, it's not just, because here's the thing, it's not just a simulation of physics, right? Some sim games are like that. This is a simulation of Glorantha, right? It is taking the ideas and the identities and the metaphysics, even the metaphysics of Glorantha, and
to give you to expand on that with one thing.
Okay.
So in the real world, water flows to the sea, right? It is most how it works. In Glorantha, the reason why water flows to the ocean is because the ocean goddess, to defeat darkness or chaos, I forget which one, called on all the other water spirits to aid it. So all the water spirits went to the ocean goddess to fight. And so now in reality, in the real world, that's why water flows to the ocean, because it is always enacting that service.
And it's not just like a myth about why it happens. It's like the actual reason.
Right. And you can go into the hero realm, go to that, because like everything happened and like time doesn't matter, and then time happened. So you can go in and go back into all those events, and you can make it so that the ocean goddess was in the middle of the world. So now all the water flows to one giant pool in the middle of the continent. You can impact the world in that way.
Vin's like, that's too much for me.
Well, it's just like no, for me, it's like it is the ultimate sandbox, and I have no intent of ever playing it. Like, I love sandboxes. Sandboxes is my thing. But when he's describing, like, okay, so there's a book about the other plane they have to go to, that I have to read, and then
no, they haven't published rules with that in 50 years. The rules about hero questing have never been published.
I think Sam said that earlier when he was just like,
they have them. There's a video out there of like Jeff Richards running a game with the Hero Quest rules. They just haven't published them. They haven't published the GM guide. The core rulebook in 2018 references the GM's book that has never been released.
All right, so that is a big strike against the game for sure. But yeah,
what
I mean,
is even?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
No, yeah, like but I will say, if you as a GM are committed to working with what's there, it's not a complicated system. It's just a lot. It's just
I mean, there's a lot of matrices. You're looking up when you have to look up multiple matrices. You know,
resistance matrix and all that.
Even if you skip the resistance matrix, there's
with all the math for me.
Right. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I'm a simpler person than that.
Right. But again, I could run a game that both of you, maybe not the same game, but I could run a game for both of you that you would fawn over and be like, RuneQuest is awesome. I never want to run it.
Any system, any setting, not just setting, but tone, theme, right? What is a game? And again, that contextualizes the theme, the tone, the setting, the system. What is a game that both you and I could be players in and really enjoy?
Oh, is there one?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm curious.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is. It's not a game that exists.
It may not exist. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But it is Smith running 5e like crazy.
All right, I agree. Because you've seen the video, right?
Yeah. When we end in space battling the god.
Yes, okay.
We'd both be into it.
Chaos. Be clear.
Yeah.
And he had 9,999 hit points.
Yes.
And my bard
reasons.
And my bard was the low end of DPS at about 500 to 700 DPR. my bard. I couldn't compete.
I think only Smith of everyone on Earth could run that game.
Where we fought 2 Tarrasques at once.
Yeah.
It's a hell. By the way, if you're a patron and you've never seen that video and you want to see 5e at its most perverted and corrupted, you need to go watch that. It's like the original patron bonus content video, which is actually stored on my personal YouTube page. Ask me about it. It's like a 4-hour video where we fight a 9,990 hit point chaos at the end of time and space.
Right. But something important about that is Smith made a very specific game,
right,
with a very specific purpose, with a rule set that let's face it, he wrote.
Correct. We weren't really playing 5e at that point. Correct. Once you get into the talismanic room system, you're totally fine. Gabriel says, "Can we get a link?" Yeah, Gabriel, I'll post it. Actually, you know what? Here, it's not.
For the people, like, you find it. I'll just talk to the chat. But the idea there is that a sandbox game is in some ways always an uphill battle, at least from my perspective, because and LHS is exactly the right person for it, because he loves Like if you're a person who hacked 5e to pieces, this totally supports that. But not only that, it gives you the lumber book, you know, and unlike 5e, which doesn't give you that, right? So I can see why someone would be. And there is something cool about the Bronze Age. I don't necessarily think like the way this does Bronze Age because I like more heroic Bronze Age. I don't mean in terms of what it can do. I'm talking about the art in the book, right? The art's very mystical. It's a very mystical Bronze Age. If the whole book lent more like Mithras did, I'd get it
I
more.
think the split is Mithras is the reality of the Bronze Age.
Yeah.
RuneQuest Glorantha is the myth of the Bronze
Right.
Age. Like,
But you could
what
run
did those
a
people
Mithras
believe?
game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but what did
that's
those
the thing.
people believe? That's actually real.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the thing. You could run Mithras, a Mithras game in RuneQuest. Like that's essentially what we've established here, right? So it's like it's very much like a because sorry, all I'm saying is it therefore requires a lot of the GM to bring to the table in terms of ideas of what he wants to run, the willingness to play to read up on the world, how the runes interact with the world, the knowing what they want to bend or break or change about the rules going into it. And if you can do that, I think it's a really amazing sandbox.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. It asks a lot of the GM, but then it gives the GM every single tool they could ask for.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to note too, which is that, like you said, you know, and I think, by the way, that a lot of games that have a very, I don't know how well they like tie into it, but like, imagine somebody who, and I mean, there might be people out there who do this, in which case, respect to you, but like somebody who's like never really watched Dune or read Dune, and they're going to run a Dune game, right? Like that's tough. You know, because the mechanics of a Dune game should theoretically tie into the world of Dune where certain things are true because, you know, Dune, there's no computers. And so people have to function as human computers and all this other stuff. And as a GM, if you don't know that and your players don't know that, then they're relying on you to be their eyes and ears into this entire world. And that is a heavy ask. You know, that is a lot to do and to deal with. And so I
lay on top of that, like RuneQuest, where it doesn't even give you a point of the game. It's just a sandbox. Whereas I assume the Dune game would actually have like a
no, I mean, well, Dune has more narrative focus because Dune has things like momentum and threat, right? Where it's literally designed to like sort of push the characters into a narrative
well,
space.
this is not doing any of that.
But that's not doing any of that. No. Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it is with where you're being dropped in at a very specific point in the timeline. Then you're giving all the stuff that's going on, and then you have your pools with if you do the character creation, or if you're using the precinct, like you have tangible things that you're being pointed in direction. Right? It has the starter set has a solo quest that starts you off in a battle that happened, and then it's like, okay, that's
battles are very rare.
War is
literally starts you off in a battle.
I think the starter set also starts you off, at least a conflict, if it's not a battle.
It starts you in a conflict. It's but again, like the battle is 100% avoidable, and the conflict that it starts you in the solo quest starts like you start off walking around in camp, and you're like, I want to go to the idol of my god and like get protection, or I go check up on my mount. Like it gives you all these. I think it's really phenomenal for setting the tone. But it drops you in with a bunch of levers immediately ready to go.
But you're talking about pre-written stuff, which is always what pre-written does, right? Pre-written, that's what pre-written kind of does on purpose.
But the core rulebook itself does that though, with the family history and everything like that,
history,
and the homelands and everything. It's just like, here's all your levers. Now go.
Yeah. So Derek dropped the 5e thing in the chat, which is the only thing both he and I would enjoy if we played together.
That's true. And by the way, that what you saw there in 5e, that game started off as a 5e hack of Darkest Dungeon and Torchbearer.
Wow. I think the pitch was it's going to be serious.
Yeah, it's going to be serious. It's going to be gritty. It's going to be grounded. You guys are going to be worried about rope and rations and torches, and you're going to be like getting ground down into thing. It ended with us having like a planar fortress in which one of our players created a statue to the great god Nicolas Cage. And my character unlocked his like 7 chakras so that I could attune 7 items in 5e, so that I could like completely bust. And my bard had like a 38 strength.
See, I'm loving all of this. It's like only Smith could design the game. He's the only one. He's the chosen one.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Well, we're gonna wrap it up. So Thank you, Vin. Thank you, Lord High Summoner, for coming on. I love having patrons. We're having more guests this month. The Thursday, we're having Tundalus on to talk more about Trespasser. Vin's going to be here for that. The Thursday after that, we're going to have Level 2 Janitor, who's in the chat today. Or we're going to talk about their game, TactiQuest. So we're going to be focusing on indie games. We're going to be focusing on patrons. We're going to be focused on just having guests on and trying to share in the load. In between, somewhere in there, I'm going to be going to Vegas, so we might miss a stream, but we'll see. And again, my life's kind of crazy and hectic right now, and with work and my dad and all this other stuff. So, I appreciate your flexibility if streams get moved around or canceled, which is one of the reasons why when things are good, we're publishing, we're printing. In addition, if you're a patron member, you of course have access to both of the Torchbearer games which are going on. We just had session 2 of the second group, so now that's 4 sessions total. If you're a YouTube member, you're going to get those Sunday sessions every maybe a couple weeks after they happen, so they're going to be a little delayed, but you're only going to get half of the story. You're not going to get the full story. We've got Northern Reaches Season 3 is getting ready to launch. So if you're a Pathfinder 2 fan, if you're like, oh my god, all this is terrible, I just want to level up, we got that. That's coming soon. The GM Council has released their player guide for evaluation. I need to review it and put some art in and do some other stuff, but it's going to be pretty awesome. And then at some point, we're going to eventually do a Dragonbane game, too, a community game. And Bob's running Path to Glory. We've got people launching Fabulous Ultimate campaigns and Blades in the Dark campaigns, and just we got games all over the place. So, and as you heard Lord Hyde Somerset, trying to set a second starter set game up. So get in, message him, say, Lord High Summoner, RuneQuest me, Senpai, RuneQuest me. And he will indoctrinate you into the cult. It indoctrinates you into the cult. All right. Vin, final thoughts, summary on RuneQuest, your reaction
similar to Draw Steel, I've been purposely trying to not bring up everything I hate about the game.
Yep.
Overall, I think it's definitely going for a thing. And I don't know, I honestly don't think many people would be into it. But if you watched the stream and you saw those character sheets and stuff and that actually excited you, you might be the type of crazy this is made for. In which case, my sign-off note is it's on Humble Bundle until the
5 more days.
15th or something. I think it's the 15th of March.
Yeah.
So check it out. It's like $1 for the starter set, or
yeah, and like for like $18 you get 20 books or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to give LHS the sign off. I'm going to give him the final statement. So I'm going to make my statement, which is that again I'm reviewing this from the perspective of what is this game? What is this game about? I do think it's strangely specific and unspecific at the same time. I think that we've covered this, where it is very clearly about role playing in Glorantha and the Gloranthian elements and metaphysics. What you are in that world is left a little bit more, undeclared. Are you a heroic adventurer who goes into dungeons to fight monsters? Maybe. Are you a cult of personality leader who leads your tribe? Maybe. It's hard to focus on that. And so the mechanics, while they do a good job of representing the metaphysics and the physics of this Gloranthian world, they don't necessarily lean towards a specific type of playstyle, which might be very appealing for some people. It's not as that's a sim heavy part. It's not as appealing for me, who is more gamist, where I want the game to do the thing the game does. That being said, it's a diegetic system, and the way the rune system works out is if you lean into those elements, then you will progress in those elements. That's how the game system works, right? You use the skills, you behave in a certain way in line with a passion or a rune, you're going to find that you get higher and higher ranks in that rune. So the game does reward that. So more so than a simulation of Glorantha, it's more of a simulation of a person who lives in Glorantha, more than
role-playing in Glorantha.
But you know what? It does what it says on the tin. Role-playing in Glorantha. So again, not my... and then as far as the mechanics, do the mechanics support what the thing is about? Yes, but the same way that the Hoover Dam could be a foundation for a home. It works. There's a lot of it. It's not going anywhere. My God. And 65 people died in its construction, right? That's what my take is on the foundation. All right, so Lord High Summoner, you get the final word. You get the final sign off of your take.
I think what both Vin and Derek have said are accurate. I don't think it is wrong, and I don't think the flip side of it is I think I would say the same things in a positive way. I would say that it does. Derek hits the nail on the head, that it is a system about role-playing what it is like to be a person in Glorantha. And you decide what that is. You decide if you want to be a healer priest. You decide if you want to be a mercenary that's really good at combat. You get to decide that. And the game's like, cool, let's do it. And I think if you at all have any interest in mythology, and if you have any interest outside of medieval Europe, but even then, there's such a small fraction of the world that is presented right here. The world of Glorantha itself is far reaching. There is a whole pirate country. There's a whole more European medieval style. There's monster kaiju island. There are so many pieces that are within it that somewhere in Glorantha you will find exactly what you're looking for. Whether or not you want to take that on, it is not for the faint of heart. I wholly recommend looking at the starter set first. I think the rules booklet and the world booklet do a phenomenal job at setting you up, setting for the tone, and then you can do the solo quest. The solo quest also is available for free on the Chaosium website if you want to go look that up. It's really hard to grok without all the other materials, but for $1 you get the rule set and then you can go do it, right? It's super super easy. I think if you have watched RRR and like that was fun, right? You should definitely check out Glorantha. I think the biggest barrier to entry is finding a GM who wants to spend that time. That is going to be the hardest barrier to entry. But you as a player, I don't think need that much commitment, dedication to understanding everything to get in. I highly recommend it. Just check it out. It plays better than it reads. I think at the end of the day is also a huge component of it.
Right, and that can be a big hurdle for people to overcome. But I think you've heard some fairly balanced things. I mean, again, I'm not going to poo-poo something that's been around in print, essentially constantly in print in some form or the other for 40 years. So obviously it has its adherence. I do want to say a couple of things. One, Keegan said, I want to see Fabula Ultima Natural Fantasy go through. Tuesday, that's probably what I'm going to do. I was going to maybe do something with Vin, but then he broke my heart. So unfortunately, that just came out this Friday or something like that, or Thursday. And you know me, I love Fabula Ultima. We've done high fantasy, we did techno fantasy, we did the core rulebook. We're going to do natural fantasy. So that kind of came out of nowhere. So we'll probably do that on Tuesday. Whoople is a god, Jackal. So I completely agree with you on that one. And then, if you want to see more from Vin, he'll be back on Thursday when we're talking Trespasser Part 2. Because last time we didn't really talk about the classes or the, whatever they're called.
Monsters.
But there's two parts. You have a class and something.
Your...
theme or something. I don't know. It's not called theme, but
yeah.
The one thing that gives you your features, and the other thing gives you your powers. And then some of the GM stuff. So, but also too, Tundalus has sort of teased us with like 8 pre-hot takes that he wouldn't elaborate on until we get on the stream. So we're gonna have some more stuff. As for Lord High Summoner, if you want to see him play Torchbearer, then join the Patreon and go to our Patreon bonus content, and you can see him play Dougal, the
Syndrake,
the suicidal thief, and get to see him play Torchbearer, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you, gentlemen, for being on. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out tonight. Big shout out to Dr. Metropolis, who's just been tipping all night. Shout out to Sam for multiple super chats. Alia with a super chat, Ford Prefect with a big $20 super chat, Whipplestein with a big $20 super chat, and Lollipop Candy to kick us off with is RuneQuest Groovy. So thank you to all of those people, especially Sam and Dr. Metropolis for your numerous super chats throughout the night. Thank you to all of you, and of course remember we've put like 20 hours of content on the channel this week, so I understand that we there may be a lot, but I appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being a part of it. And if you want to be part of our community, check out our Patreon, patreon.com/NightsLastCall. Otherwise, we'll see you Tuesday. We'll probably talk Fabula Ultima, and we'll see you next time on Nights of Last Call. Thank you again, guys. Bye, everybody.